All right, good morning, everyone. If we can all please settle in. Good morning, everyone. I call the Board of Supervisors March 12th meeting to order. If everyone can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence for former Stanislaus County Supervisor Dick Monteith, and then an invocation by Jeff Pishney. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If everyone can please join me in a moment of silence for former Supervisor Dick Monteith. Thank you.
Before I offer this invocation, Dick loved Stanislaus County, and I enjoyed working with him for a number of years. And his joy, as you all know, was contagious, and how much positivity. I just wanted to share this, how much I appreciate each one of you for your encouragement and your support of Love Stanislaus County. This April 27th, there's going to be 15 cities in our community. They're going to be loving their city in practical ways. We're planning for over 10,000 volunteers to be a part. And so I just encourage you all to love your city on that day. Whatever city it is, Stanislaus County, sign up and be a part and give back and love your community here. Let me pray. God, thank you for the community that we live. God, we're so grateful that we get to live in Stanislaus County. And we got our challenges, but we've got so many joys and just so many amazing things about this community that we love and that we're working hard to better this community. God, I thank you for my leaders I stand before right now, and I pray blessings on each of them, on their families, on their employment, and their leadership of our county. God, I pray that today that you would give them wisdom beyond themselves in the decisions that they have to make and all that takes place in this meeting. God, I pray that you would go before them. And God, I pray there would be civility and respect of each other here in this meeting today, and in all possible there would be unity. In your name I pray, amen.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate it, and all the success on Love Stanislaus. Looking forward to April 27th. Thank you. All right, next we have presentation for Employee Service Awards. So the first person we have for 30 years of service, Dwight Bristow, and it will be presented by Christine Huber. Morning, Christine.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Supervisors, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Bose. I'm here with Dwight Bristow, who's celebrating 30 years with the county. Dwight began his career with CSA in February 1993 as an eligibility worker, determining Medi-Cal eligibility for our long-term care, aged, blind, and disabled customers. Over the last 30 years, he has had the opportunity to work in every program that CSA administers, such as CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, Welfare to Work, foster care, general assistance, and the medically indigent adult programs. In January 2006, Dwight promoted to a supervisor and has since supervised units within the StanWorks division, including the medically indigent adult programs, continuing benefit center, intake, call center, and workforce management. Dwight is currently supervising the unit where his journey began, serving seniors and persons with disabilities. Some of Dwight's notable achievements include creating the Rights and Responsibilities video for our customers, becoming a certified meeting facilitator, and he was one of the first employees to complete the Supervisor Training Academy course offered by the county. Dwight also actively participated in program technical teams and new employee trainings, helped develop Medi-Cal newsletters, and updated program manuals. He was also a subject matter expert in the recent CalSAWS conversion, which is our statewide automated welfare system, and played a significant role in the pre-implementation testing. Dwight's years of experience with the county have given him the skills and know-how to successfully serve as a mentor to his staff and peers. Dwight has an approachable, kind, and willing to help personality. He's easygoing, fair, makes sure everyone has an opportunity to have their voice heard, and he empowers staff to make reasonable decisions on their own. He has been a mentor for new supervisors. On a personal note, he's an active person. He enjoys dirt bike riding, playing hockey, and snowboarding. He is also a part-time rancher at his sister's ranch. When Dwight's son was younger, he was on the board of directors for Salida Little League. He was also involved in coaching his son's hockey team, and he coached his son in the national tournament in 2012, which was held in Missouri. Dwight also likes to collect books on self-help, professional growth, and how to deal with stress, which he likes to share with the new supervisors. Thank you, Dwight. Did you want
He's going to use the other mic.
Excuse me, first time doing an employee presentation. Sure. Sure. All right, well, thank you so much, Dwight, for your 30 years of service. You started here when you were 14?
I was 22.
Oh, wow, no, that's great. Well, thank you so much. The county is a better place because of all the stuff, all the work that you do for the county. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And many more years. That means you're only 52. You got a good 10, 15 left.
Maybe, we'll see.
Yeah.
I jokingly said 20, but we'll see.
We'll hold you to that. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure.
Yeah.
Given that I did have the opportunity to start with the county at such a young age, I had the pleasure of working alongside my father as well as one of my brothers. And I know they're looking down on us and being happy and proud of everything that's happened. I truly have grown up in this agency and in Stanislaus County. I look around and see a great number of friends that have been with me for a lot of this journey. And I'm very thankful to all of you and to Stanislaus County.
I'd like to call up for 25 years of service, Kathy Michelle. I'm here today with Kathy Michelle Cazada, who's celebrating 25 years with the county. She started her employment at CSA in 1998 as an eligibility worker. After 2 years, she promoted to an employment coordinator, now known as a Family Service Specialist 3. She then became a specialized case manager in the Welfare to Work Modesto Junior College Education Program, located at Modesto Junior College, where she continues to do an excellent job working with the Modesto Junior College students. She also has notable involvement with the Learning Disability Program Coordinator in collaboration with MJC. She also participated in the CalWorks 2.0 pilot project in 2018, focusing on helping customers set and achieve their goals. Kathy Michelle received several bravos from her coworkers and letters of appreciation from customers. One of her customers sent her a beautiful Christmas card with a note expressing how wonderful she is and that she should receive the Social Worker of the Year award. Kathy Michelle is quiet, patient, kind, hardworking, positive, and professional. For 25 years, she has always maintained positive working relationships with her coworkers and other department employees. Kathy Michelle is very passionate at serving her customers and the students at MJC. She believes that all of her customers have the ability to improve their circumstances and way of life with the right coaching and guidance. When Kathy Michelle is not working, she's at home with her family and spends most of her time taking care of her elderly mother. Congratulations, Kathy Michelle.
Thank you so much for your 25 years of service and everything you do outside of just your role at CSA with MJC, and congratulations on being Social Worker of the Year. I thought that's what you mentioned.
The customer
Sorry, I apologize.
She's unaccepted.
We can still call her. All right, I apologize, but thank you so much for everything you do. We really appreciate having you at the county, and hope to have you for many, many more years. Appreciate it. Thank you. So. And if you'd like to say a few words.
I'd just like to say that over 25 years, I have watched life get really difficult for everyone, and particularly our customers. And I've watched the county and our agency come up with all kinds of innovative ideas to try to meet the needs, and I'm just really, really grateful to be part of that, and I think everybody's doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
So next, celebrating 35 years is Tricia DeBoer. Tricia began her service with Stanislaus County in 1988. It was her mother and sister, who are now both retired from county service, that coaxed her into applying for a county position. Tricia started her employment with Stanislaus County Probation Department as an account clerk. In 1994, her sister, who was an adult services social worker, talked her into applying at CSA, where she continues to work for the last 30 years. At CSA, Tricia held the position as eligibility worker, which is known today as family service specialist. She worked in the StanWorks division, determining eligibility for multiple public assistance programs, including CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and Welfare to Work. Tricia promoted to a Family Service Specialist 3 and worked on specialized caseloads. Tricia shared that as a specialized case manager, she worked mostly with young mothers struggling with substance abuse issues and people with learning disabilities. Although it was challenging, she felt she was making a difference in the lives, moving them towards the goal of employment or simply providing the steps to start a better life for themselves and their children. When Tricia promoted to an FSS 4, she trained many of CSA's new employees on CalWorks program rules and regulations. She wrote many pages in the CalWorks handbook, was a subject matter expert for the CalWorks program for 4 years, and served as a CalWorks technical team chair. Tricia is currently a family services supervisor in StanWorks Customer Assistance Center. She supports a unit that has many demanding duties. She oversees their duties as phone agents, case processors, and interviewers serving our community. She supports her staff by providing guidance, coaching, and training in order to be successful at their job. Tricia stated, "I grew up while working at StanWorks. It has been my life for so long." She still has close friends that started with her 35 years ago and from her CSA induction training. She shared the job has changed over the years, but it continues to be filled with good people trying to make a difference. Tricia's notable achievements include assisting with the implementation of policies that were redesigned due to welfare reform in 1996, known as the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. She also is actively involved in the implementation of a statewide database called C4, now known as CalSAWS, and has the assignment of Design Change Review Coordinator and Business Change Coordinator. On a personal note, Tricia has the sincerest, kind-hearted, and willing to help others. She truly cares about her staff, customers, and coworkers. As a supervisor, she enjoys working with her staff and being known as their old school supervisor who is still able to determine eligibility without a computer. Tricia enjoys spending time with her German Shepherd named Hope and being near the ocean. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations, Patricia, on 35 years. We thank you so much for your dedicated service to Stanislaus County, and keep being the old school supervisor. Yeah. All right. If you'd like to say a few words.
Well, I'd just like to tell all my friends that 35 years goes by so quickly. I did start with my family. My mom was a county employee, my sister was, and yes, my sister did bug me for a couple years to come to CSA, and I'm so glad she did. I've loved every job I've had there, and I think I'm just so happy that I've been there that long and love working with everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank your family as well. Well, 90 years of service under your leadership, Christine Huber, so thank you for leading the CSA department. And that was, 90 years if my math's right. My math's right, Terry?
I'll check you, I'll get back to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This is the funnest part of the meetings is recognizing our employees, because that's why the county is doing the good work it is, because of all of you. Thank you. Right. Well, next we have public comment period. So we have quite a few public comments. So it's public comments, a time for those in attendance to speak on items not on today's agenda. Please state your name for the record, direct all comments toward the dais, and so it is fair for everyone. Everyone, please keep your comments to 5 minutes. So the first public comment card I actually have is from Tara Chumley, Director of Parks and Rec.
Good morning. I just want to share some exciting events that we're having at our regional parks coming up in just a couple of weekends. So first we have the 8th annual egg hunt that's at Modesto Reservoir, and it is on Saturday, March 23rd. Gates open at 10:30 with the first egg hunt for toddlers and children with special needs at 11 o'clock. And then we have kiddie egg hunts at 11:30, at 12, and 12:30. But we also have a lot of family-friendly events going on at that same time. Arts and crafts. We'll have the Parks Bunny there. We'll have some mascots, our Disney princesses that are always a big hit, along with food trucks and booths for some local grubs. So I hope everybody can join us on March 23rd. Last year we had a beautiful sunny spring day, and so we're hoping for the same this year. Then the following weekend, Easter weekend, if you haven't heard, Spartan Trifecta Race is coming to Woodward Reservoir, and that's on Saturday, March 30th and Sunday, March 31st. And if you don't know what Spartan is, they're a global leader in obstacle course racing. It's a military-style races that are set to test your all-around strength, stamina, and mental grit. They have everywhere between the sprint with the 5K to an ultra, which is a 50K and 60 obstacles. We actually have a Parks employee doing either the Beast or the Ultra. So we have 10 Parks employees total that'll be participating in the different races. And we really hope that there's more Stanislaus County residents and employees out there going to compete. I will say it will not be me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tara. Next speaker I have is Juan Maurice from our Stanislaus Animal Services Director.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to make everybody aware of a huge hoarding situation that evolved yesterday. We were contacted by a neighbor to go to a house that had 38 dogs in it, rather deplorable conditions. All of those dogs are now safely at our shelter. It adds on to a huge total of dogs that we currently have. Friday, we actually had another hoarding case, not quite as bad, but was 14 dogs. In the last 7 days, we had just under 200 dogs come into our shelter. As a result of having so many dogs come in at the same time, we're going to limit for the next week intakes to just aggressive dogs, bite dogs that are strays, and medical stray dogs. Hopefully through Monday that will help us catch up with the animals that are in our shelter. We also have an opportunity for the community to help a little bit. We have a transport headed out to Wisconsin at the end of the month, and we have 20 dogs on that transport. Those 20 dogs are taking up kennel space right now in our shelter, and so we're looking for either one very generous foster or 20 fosters that could take one dog each, which would be the ideal situation, just till the end of the month. We're also looking in general for fosters anyways. The more dogs that we can get out of the shelter, the better it is for the dogs that are there. We are so overcrowded right now. We have 317 dogs in the shelter. And it's a shelter, as many of you know, that has a capacity comfortably of 183. So we have a lot of doubled up shelters. We also have a great opportunity for the community to adopt right now. In the spirit of St. Patrick's Day, for this week, we're doing a Change Their Luck special for $7.77. People in the community can adopt any animal in our shelter now through March 17th, through Sunday. Yes, I did say Sunday. We are now open on Sundays. Starting 2 weeks ago, we decided to open up on Sundays and give it a try, and it's been very successful. We had several adoptions the first couple of weeks, and we had lots of public turnout, so we're very happy that we did that. We're open on Sundays from noon to 4. And I encourage people to come on out. We have 317 beautiful dogs available for adoption for $7.77 each. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juan. Our next speaker is Frank Morelli Sr.
Good morning. My name's Frank Morales. Last Thursday, I came to the planning committee meeting, and your handicap door didn't work, and I brought it up to their attention, and I want to say thank you. You guys fixed it. So that really helped me walking in. I also want to thank Buck. I have an issue with a farmer. He came out and saw what the issues were. That shows me that you guys care. I know you guys have a hard job. I mean, I dealt with 150 laborers and like 50 foremen and 7 superintendents plus probably 25 project managers. I know what kind of job you guys are doing and what a headache it is. You can't please everybody, so I appreciate that. The other thing I want to bring up is I was watching TV and I saw Modesto Stanislaus about the almonds, how beautiful they are with the flowers and all that. That's great. Why don't they show the dirty part of it? Like the pesticides, like they're spraying now. They go spray in front of my house, and next thing you know, my car's got chemicals in them. My grandkids' toys got chemicals in them. They go play with it. They put their hands in their mouth. Second is the Roundup they use for weed killing. If you drive around, all these farmers are spraying. Now in the summer, they're out there picking their almonds, making dust. Like I got several videos of my neighbor doing it on purpose in front of my house. That dirt is contaminated. Nobody tests the dirt in their property, see how much pesticides and chemicals been sprayed on there. Now it's airborne, and now we're breathing it. The other thing is, I went to go buy red diesel for my tractor to do some disking. They won't sell me 10 gallons of diesel, red diesel, because it's tax-free. They told me I have to buy like 300 gallons or more because that's what the farmers do. So I started being a manager where I worked at. We had to put our chemicals, our diesel, gas, whatever, we have to put it in a shed that it was, had a second containment, and it had to be engineered. So in case there's a leak, it doesn't penetrate to the ground. Who's checking these farmers? Because they spray easy, 50 to 100 gallons on their property. They got to keep it somewhere. Who's checking on it? I'm pretty sure it's not the ag department. They're probably short-staffed. Also, the farmer should have an MSDS sheet available. When the county goes out there and says, can I see where you're storing your chemicals? Let me see your MSDS sheet. I know it because when I was a manager in the company I worked for, and I worked there for 32 years, the fire department used to call us up. Hey, we're gonna have a meeting we're gonna go down there in 2 days. So my boss would be running like a chicken without a head saying, hide everything, put everything away, make it look pretty. Okay, after a while, I even told the fire department guy, goes, you're pretty stupid. You give us a heads up. What you should do is don't tell us, just show up. And then you'll see what we do. Sure enough, he did it. He caught us. He fined us. Then I told my boss, every time I try to do something right, you always tell me later, later. I go, now we got cited. And that's why I'm asking the county, who's in charge of the chemicals, the testing? We also use groundwater. Those chemicals they use goes into the groundwater, especially with the rainwater. Who tests the ground? I know when we build buildings in construction, we have to test the dirt before we do any digging for contamination. I would like to see this committee put something together and have it submitted to the farmers and say, hey, we need to start testing all this stuff. We need to know when you're gonna start spraying, and send somebody down there, make sure they're not spraying next to a house and these kids are putting their toys in their mouth. Now you know you got a sick kid. So that's all I gotta say. Hopefully you guys could come out with some type of revolution. I know you guys have a hard job, and I appreciate you're doing the best you can, but I think we could do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. Next speaker is Miguel Donoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to bring the EDAC, the Economic Development Action Committee. In December 19, Mr. Chant Candy request the linguistic report to Mr. Hayes, and I don't know if he accomplished that or not, or is in the process to do it. The second is the issue of the CBOC. Mr. Candid again request to bring somebody from the CBOC to respond to the issue of the problem of the hub CBOC, and then the workforce development is supposed to come and do some kind of report. So I wonder what is the status of that, Mr. Candid. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. Next speaker is Deanne Edwards from PremGen Corp.
She's probably speaking during her item.
Oh. Right. I think she's speaking on item 8.4. Let me go next to Bianca Lopez.
Good morning, board members and community. I'm here today once again to advocate for a zero waste plan. We must act now. As we saw, Covanta in December realized that through legislation and sustainability efforts for environmental justice, Stanislaus is no longer viable to do business at all in California. And as Valley Improvement Projects is celebrating our successes, we wonder about your delay. So on December 1st, Covanta sent this letter. It is now March 11th, and it has yet to receive a response. And so that is very concerning for various reasons. As I've shared with many of you who allowed me your time, which I am grateful for, thank you. It is very concerning that it is not an easy task to decide that we do not want to continue to incinerate our waste. For those who are in the audience here today, Covanta burns 800 tons or has the capacity to burn 800 tons of waste. It is not all waste. Some of it is green, what they call green waste, compostable material, and some of it is also recycling material. Although the county has a ban to divert those materials from the landfill and the incinerator, we are doing a very poor job about it. But there is light, right? We know that we can do better and that we will do better. We must set a zero waste goal now. Throughout this last week, we've asked supporters around the country to send letters to Board of Supervisors and City Council members who are tasked with this challenge, to show you that not just Valley Improvement Projects or community members in Stanislaus County are deeply supported by organizations whose mission is to go zero waste, but they have your back as well. And so we want to make sure that you understand that we understand that this is a challenge for you, but zero waste is the way to go. And the first thing that we need to do is set a zero waste goal so that we can start working towards it. Our zero waste plan that some of you allowed me to share directly one-on-one or maybe two at a time really outlines the various programs and projects that we can do to make sure that we are diverting materials from the landfill. Not only are we anti-incineration, we are also anti-landfilling. And so Valley Improvement Projects is here as a resource to you, but so are the other organizations across the country who have submitted letters to you. And if you haven't received some of them, please check in with your clerk because we are receiving copies of those. So I just want to make sure that community members here are aware that Board of Supervisors are tasked to decide, along with the Environmental Resources Department, with Will and Rob Kostlevy, are tasked with deciding what to do next. The landfill must be protected, and the way we do that is by creating a zero waste goal. I can't say it more, but I need it to be a broken record because it is the key to the success of our county. There are many things that we can take from the zero waste plan, as it shows that Stanislaus County has a great infrastructure. We are doing really great with the infrastructure. We just need to do better at community education and awareness, but also with a unified message. And so we are asking that the local task force be converted into a zero waste task force so that we can start working together in partnership with community members, organizations, facilities and businesses, and community members who care about zero waste. It is possible, we just need to do better. And if we look at the hierarchy of zero waste, at the top of the hierarchy is rethinking, redesigning, and that's the phase where we need to start right now. And so as we acknowledge that zero waste is the path, we need to start building on this coalition, on this collaboration, to be able to have the right people at the table, not to just talk about, what we're gonna do with the incinerator as it's leaving. We need to make sure that the incinerator demolishes in a safe and environmentally sound way, and that it goes away and it pays its dues to make sure that that facility gets taken down without costing us any more money, but it is really costing our health. And so please do not delay in making this decision. Use your leadership skills. I know you don't like to tell your staff what to do, but please use your influence and your leadership skills to ensure that they do the right thing and set a zero waste goal now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John X. Mataka.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John X. Mataka, and I'm the president of the Grayson Neighborhood Council and the community advocate for Valley Improvement Projects. I'm here today, along with other organizations throughout Stanislaus County and the state of California, to request that this board vote to immediately close the garbage incinerator, Covanta, located in Crow's Landing on the west side of Stanislaus County. The west side of Stanislaus County and the county as a whole have been negatively impacted by emissions that have a negative impact on air quality for the residents and the health of our communities. This board and the city of Modesto contract with Covanta, guaranteeing that large amounts of solid waste, and this undermines county and city recycling efforts, favoring a polluter over public health and the environment. I ask this board to agree to the mutually agreed cessation of operations, that's how it was outlined in the plan, and basically in layman's term, to immediately agree to stop operations at the Covanta plant and to aggressively adopt a resolution for an ambitious waste diversion plan. VIP has presented you with a zero waste plan that was developed by the residents of Stanislaus County over a period of several months. I ask you to support VIP's recommendation to convene a working group comprised of representatives of the community-based organizations, businesses, municipalities, and Stanislaus County. In closing, on a personal note, the West Side residents of this county have survived the tire incinerator fire in 1999, the attempted plan to burn medical waste at the Covanta plant, and the attempt to create a mega landfill at the Fink Road landfill. We are due reparations, and the closing of the Covanta incinerator is the start of these reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker I have is Norma Hernandez.
Buenos días. En el meeting pasado estuve yo aquí
Good morning. Last week I was here
y me dieron a una persona para que se encargara de mi caso, pero yo no me he podido comunicar con él ni por teléfono ni en persona. He ido a su oficina a buscarlo.
last week they gave me a contact person, someone that I needed to work with the district attorney's office. I have contacted him and went down, but I haven't been able to reach him.
Dos tiempos he pedido los complaints que he puesto al condado y no me los han querido dar. Ahorita se los pedí a Jennifer y no sabe cuándo me los van a dar.
Twice I have asked for a copy of the complaints that I have submitted, and I haven't got a response.
El primero se lo entregué a Patty.
The first one, she handed it to Patty.
Y el segundo, que está ahorita en investigación donde los mandan, se lo entregué a una persona que Patty estaba conmigo y ella.
And the second one, I handed it to someone that was with Patty.
Patty me dio un domicilio del gobierno federal y fui allí, aquí por la 15.
Patty gave me an address of someone that was federal on 15th Street.
Y él se comunicó con Manny. Permítame. ¿Sí lo pueden?
Ese de aquí? He contacted someone from Manny Graywell's office.
Y me dijo que todos los complaints que yo pusiera fueran dirigidos a él.
And he let me know that all complaints that I submit need to go to him.
También yo estoy esperando que a ver cuándo van a cerrar el Palerio. Mi hijo quedó paralítico y no es justo que cada vez que yo vengo a pagar el agua tengo que sufrir.
Palladium is still open. My son is paralyzed because of Palladium. It's not fair that every time that I come and pay for my water bill, I have to pass by this place.
Pienso que deben de tomar las cosas más en serio.
I feel that you need to take stuff more serious.
Fueron dos personas las que fueron balaceadas.
It was 2 people that were shot.
Y adentro fue el problema. Y afuera, los security los sacaron para que los balacearan afuera.
The incident took place inside, but security took them outside, and that's where they were shot.
Yo quiero consejería para mí, para mi familia también.
I'm requesting counseling for me and for my family.
Hemos sido muy dañados. Ahorita han golpeado 3 veces a otro hijo en una tienda.
I have another son that has been beaten 3 times at a store.
Y les vuelvo a repetir, hasta que nos maten.
And I say it again.
Ustedes van a actuar.
I say it again. Do you guys need for one of us to get killed before something is done?
Me robaron la identidad.
They stole my identity.
Destruyeron mi vida.
They destroyed my life.
Destruyeron mis hijos.
They destroyed my kids.
Ahorita se están metiendo con mis perros, difamando a mis perros.
Now they're defaming my dogs.
Okay, me entiendo.
They're lying.
El doctor está molesto por una trabajadora que difamó y mintió sobre mis perros.
The doctor is upset at one of the workers that has said lies about my dogs.
Acabo de hacer el complaint ahorita, recibí el reporte ayer.
I received the report yesterday and I just put in a complaint.
Ya basta.
It's enough.
Hoy pido ayuda y hoy quiero que se me atienda y hoy quiero que tomen en serio las cosas. Quiero el Palerio cerrado les guste o no.
I'm asking for help. This is enough. I want Palladium closed. I'm just asking for your
Mi
help.
hijo no tiene terapia para que lo paren. Yo soy la única enfermera, madre y todo para mi hijo.
My son doesn't get any therapy. I'm his nurse. I'm the one that helps him up.
Trataron de matarlo en el hospital Memorial.
They tried to kill him at Memorial Hospital.
De ahí fue a otro hospital y me lo tiraron para matarlo. Se los tuve que quitar.
They took him to a different hospital where he wasn't getting the help, so I had to take him away.
Como les repito, no estamos en México. Hay más corrupción aquí que en México.
Like I said before, there's more corrupt here than there is in Mexico.
Yo no puedo tener medical
I cannot get Medi-Cal
porque la trabajadora Lorena cerca quitó todo lo que yo había escrito y puso algo para echarme un investigador, Héctor Plasencia.
because the social worker Lorena changed my application
Héctor Plasencia me echó el investigador.
and had Hector Plasencia, which is an investigator, come to me.
Tengo que gastar para ir a México porque todo lo que me han provocado es colesterol alto.
I've had to travel to Mexico to get my health checked because I have high cholesterol.
Y no es justo.
This is not fair.
Desde el 2017 estoy a puche que alguien se encargue del robo de identidad y de todo lo que crímenes que han cometido hacia mí, hasta mi familia y ahora hasta los perros.
Since 2017, I have been dealing with my identity theft. I've been pushing and asking, and now it's gotten to my dogs.
Mis carros
My cars,
chocados, quitados partes.
they take the parts away. They've been damaged,
Y este es el mismos trabajadores del gobierno,
and these are the same government employees,
los mismos criminales que usa el gobierno corrupto.
the same people that the corrupt government use.
Estoy pidiendo investigación que hace un cherry
I'm asking for investigation that a sheriff
de una camioneta blanca del cherry y otra civil del cherry llevando una caja donde venden drogas.
with the white sheriff's pickup truck and a white civil truck that takes a
1220 Eugene.
box to a house where they sell drugs. It's
1220
1220 Eugene
Avenida Modesto.
Avenue in Modesto.
Y claro, como son ellos, no hacen nada.
And of course, because it's them, we're not doing anything.
Estamos en contra de las drogas, estamos en contra de los crímenes.
We're against drugs, we're against crimes.
Y espero que hoy se me dé alguien que en realidad le importe investigar todo y terminar con todo.
And hopefully I can get someone today that can help me and this can stop.
I know that the district attorney's office reached out to you last week and had a conversation and gave you a card.
Yeah.
I'd encourage you to reach out to them and convey all your concerns as well
Él
as
sabe que la semana pasada alguien de la oficina del distrito, del district attorney, le dio la tarjeta y les pidió que hablaran con ellos.
Sí, pero no me ha contestado a las llamadas. He ido a buscarlo a su oficina,
Yes,
le
but he
repito,
hasn't
y no lo
answered.
encuentro por ningún lado.
He hasn't answered any of my calls, and I've gone to look for him, and the person is never there.
Erika está enterada.
Erica knows.
Entonces yo quiero otra persona que en realidad le interese un caso y terminar con todo.
I need another person, someone that is going to really take my
Son 7 años, 2017.
make my concerns into. This has been going on since 2017.
No puedo salir a ningún lado porque estoy siendo acechada, perseguida.
I can't go anywhere without being followed.
Mi familia igual.
My
No tenemos
family the
paz.
same way. We don't have any peace.
No estamos en México.
We're not in Mexico,
Y creo que hay más justicia en México que aquí.
and I believe there's more justice in Mexico.
Well, I would encourage you to keep reaching out. I can ask them just to talk to you again, and you
Les
can.
va a pedir
I
que
know you've been
vuelvan a
trying to get a
hablar
hold
con
of them,
usted.
but now they can talk to you here if that helps.
Okay, va a pedir que hablen con usted otra vez de la oficina.
Thank you y con permiso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Excuse
you.
me.
All right, next speaker I have is Tom Helm.
Hello, supervisors. Excuse me. Hello, supervisors. That was a lot to follow. I'm here. Sorry. With Valley Improvement Projects. I'm one of the co-founders of Valley Improvement Projects. You heard other speakers earlier talking about our zero waste plan and moving away from incineration as well as landfilling. To give you a quick overview of how we got to this point, in the late 70s, Modesto in Stanislaus County was actually on the forefront of bringing the first weekly voluntary curbside recycling service to the city of Modesto. It was started by a nonprofit, Ecology Action, who was doing it out of the passion and the want to do better in the community. In the early 80s, the state of California commissioned a report from Sorrell and Associates called the Sorrell Report, where they said, folks are having trouble citing things like trash incinerators and other polluting industry. So they actually had to come up with ideas for the kinds of communities that they should target to put these. Now, why would they need to do that? If something is good, why wouldn't a community want it? Why would you need to target vulnerable communities to place something polluting there? And so they specifically mentioned rural areas, areas with ranching and farming as industries, places where folks have a high school education or less. They even specifically say Catholic communities. Now, they don't ever come out and say Latino farm worker communities, but they're basically describing that. And then within a few years is when ground broke on the Covanta incinerator in Crow's Landing. It took a few years to build that, up until about the mid-'80s or so. Around the same time, there was 2 other incinerators in the state of California, in Long Beach and in Commerce, so the LA area. No surprise, those were in majority people of color communities. And the one here in that area, the census tracts surrounding it are about 75 to 80% Latinos in that area. So from the 80s till the 2000s, it basically operated with, from my understanding, not much pushback to it. I think folks didn't really know what it was doing, and some of the harmful impacts of it. But by the early 2000s, thanks to a national and even global environmental justice movement, that's a little bit different from the environmental movement, which aims to protect the planet, where environmental justice says, well, if you start by protecting the people, especially vulnerable people, disadvantaged communities, you will actually be protecting the environment. And we should start with those people and the health impacts that come with some of these facilities. So in the early 2000s, thanks to folks like John Mataka and other organizations that were fighting incineration and other unsustainable practices, a series of protests happened. People marched, I think 50 to 100 people or so marched out there in Crow's Landing at the site. They came in here to the Board of Supervisors and made their case against using incineration. That kind of happened sporadically throughout the years. Seemed to mostly fall on deaf ears. Nothing much really changed. In 2012 is when Valley Improvement Project started. Myself, Bianca, John's son, Emiliano Mataka, co-founded the organization with the goal of bringing more environmental justice to Stanislaus County in the northern San Joaquin Valley. 2 years later, we helped start a statewide environmental justice coalition, which now has about 90 members, so we're almost at 100 members of environmental justice groups throughout the state. Some of those founding members were groups that started because of incinerators, biomass incinerators, and other polluting industries that were in their communities, a lot just like the rural west side Stanislaus County, where a lot of these facilities were put. And for those same very reasons, they think these folks won't complain, they won't know what's going on, they won't have the political connections to complain and be listened to. And I really feel like, fortunately, like that's changing. Like we're in a moment right now, a precipice, if you will, where these things are being looked at and this voice is being heard. I feel like we've been heard from many of you on the board, and we appreciate the meetings and how you're taking this issue seriously. So we realized at one point that saying, no incinerator is one thing, but coming up with the alternatives to what we're gonna do about waste is the next thing. That's why we're here talking about the zero waste plan. We think that there's a lot of opportunity for the area in following that. I'm sitting on the SB 54 advisory board for the state of California, which is going to oversee billions of dollars over the next 10 years to come up with the infrastructure to help with a zero waste plan, like refill infrastructure, repair infrastructure, the things that my colleagues talked about. I know I'm over time, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for listening. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Laura Plasencia, my next speaker.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laura Plasencia, and I am a community organizer with Valley Improvement Projects. So I am here today to continue the advocacy towards saying no to the incinerator and adopting a zero waste plan. As opposed to raising tipping fees and continuing the incinerator, which will continue the pollution in our county. I'd like to also start by thanking community members who are here supporting us and other community supporters and advocates who have sent letters or made calls or might be showing up here today. And then I would also like to thank all of the Stanislaus community champions who participated with us during the Zero Waste project to create the principles and priorities for zero waste for our county. And then I would like to define what zero waste is. So zero waste, or in other words, waste minimization, is a set of principles focused on waste prevention that encourages the redesigning resource life cycles and encouraging all products to be repurposed or reused. So overall, zero waste is an ideology of something to strive for, and it is a journey. It's not a destination. And the actual destination of zero waste is actual true sustainability. And that's what we want, sustainability, where there's as least to no pollution in the process of creation, and ensuring that they can continue to be in the cycle of creation where there is the least waste as much as possible. And yeah, I am really thankful for the time for listening here, and I am hopeful, along with community members in Stanislaus County and other organizations across the state that are excited about zero waste practices expanding and reaching sustainability in our state. So looking forward to seeing that here in Stanislaus County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alejandro Madrigal.
Buenos días, soy Alejandro Madrigal. Estoy aquí para...
Patty, if you could help, please.
Good morning. My name is Alejandro Madrigal, and I'm here this morning
representando a Legacy
representing Legacy
Alliance
Outreach.
Nomás quiero, es otro.
He can go ahead and finish, but this is an actual agenda item that
Puede
we're going to
terminar,
have a
pero
conversation
va a haber una agenda. Okay, so then he'll wait.
on. All right, thank you, Alejandro. Appreciate it. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on items not on the agenda? All right, oh, sorry.
I don't get up as quick as I used to.
And we just don't want to talk.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Drake.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. You know, on the list here I have, it starts with leadership and ends with leadership. And I have to tell you, what I just heard, the referral to the DA's office, the woman says the DA isn't responding. She's made phone calls, she's gone down, there's no response. My God, I would hope one of you would take them by the hand, take them to the DA's office, because we've had issues with the DA before. I stood here about 8 weeks in a row chastising them until finally we got an animal ordinance in this place so we could prosecute people. You know, sometimes you just have to be the squeaky wheel. Well, I'm going to get back on topic now. You know, again, we look to you for leadership. It's important because that's not easy. Leadership's making the right decisions, even though you have to convince other people they're right and to get them to go along. And you know, every 2 years is an election year, so you can't die, you know, that's just an issue. I understand. Doesn't make it any easier. But when we bring back people who used to work for the county, questionably about $260,000 worth of expenditures, the nod and the wink at the time, none of you were involved. For some reason, no felony prosecution was done. We let them walk away. And you turned around just a couple weeks ago and invited them back into the fold and made him I think it's a backup member on the Economic Committee. You know, when we think of Turlock, a lot of us around here think about the politicians with their hands out because things happen. Businesses for sale in Turlock. So when you invite someone that's only a recent member to Turlock into the fold, we have to be concerned. You know, you had members of the public speak out then, but their voices went unheard. You know, you're the leadership we're looking for. Now let's talk about Salida for a moment. Someone, because their name is Gallo, is magically getting 145 acres potentially on a mystery. Everything's done on spec, 250,000 or 2.5 million square feet of warehousing space, 1,000 jobs. Well, those 1,000 jobs, when I heard that, I thought, is Gary Camillos back in the house? Are we going to listen to it? Nobody knows Gary Camillos. Sorry. He's the man that was going to develop Crow's Landing. You know, do you remember everything that's developed out there? Absolutely nothing. But DeMartini loved that guy. So we hung with him for 6 years or 8 years, whatever it was. It was inconceivable that we kept going down that road. And now we're talking about Salida. Dave Romano's involved. Come on. That's the greaser for Modesto. Business-wise, I'm not trying to make any aspersions, except for the way he does business, but that's beside the point. You know, that area is north of Kernan. Those jobs will not provide the rent that it would take to live in Salida, let alone to Modesto. I mean, these are just honest things. So why should we get excited? Why should the citizens of Modesto pay to put the trunk line that they've already said they don't want and run it north of Kernan? They gave us 5 votes. We turned them down by more than 70%. But now the backdoor people that run the city of Modesto, now they're talking again. So I would appreciate it if you would back off your support just a little bit, because I don't care if the person's name's Gallo. You know, the Gallos wanted a park, they wanted to buy a park. The former CEO jumped through hoops to give it to him, skipped the hoop he was supposed to go through, took it back, and then I don't think they ever wanted it in the long run. God only knows, that's the version the public got anyway. The bottom line is, it's not the business, it's an individual. I don't care. If it's spec, it's spec. That means there's nothing there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be spec. Now, there's a question that we've got ongoing. I've been did a public record request trying to find out some more information. But there's one of your departments, workforce development. There's a question whether or not they're actually billing the departments that they're working for. You know, there's a couple lawsuits floating around, people that were unhappy. I know you don't want to talk about that, but I'm going to find out more about it, and I'm going to bring it back to this microphone. You know, the trouble is lawsuits get settled, then there's a non-disclosure agreement, and you never find out what song and dance was going on in the background. But if you've got people saying that they're working for the homeless that aren't and are working for somebody else, you should be looking into it. And I'll be happy to stand in front of you 8 weeks in a row and tell you that. Because, you know, the last one, the one that surprised me the most, the invocation tonight. I've never seen an invocation turned to an ad for a nonprofit. You know, Love Modesto, the city of Modesto pays $97,000 every year to that man. He even stopped preaching to kids. But that's okay, I'm not knocking it, it's a business. But when we stand up here and do the invocation and then turn around and, well, you know, let's keep this up. I'm not into rah-rah when it's coming out of my pocket. I believe with Love Modesto, I think it's worthwhile. But is it worth $97,000 a year to one individual? I don't believe so. Again, and I know I'm over, we're looking to you for leadership, to make those hard decisions. And I would hope that you would make those decisions and convince us that that's what we need to do. Thank you for your time, and again, I apologize.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify, Emerson? Yes. Jim DeMartini was not supportive of Camellos in any way, shape, or form, just so you know, because he watches these meetings and he'll call me as soon as we're done.
Get him, Jim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Any other members of the public speak on items not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we are going to move on to consent, and I have public comment on item A4 and item B4 as well. So if I can please get, does any members of the board have any questions on consent items?
No, you know what? I just want to say something about A5 because I saw an Assyrian flag over here when he came in. And as for item A5, which we'll do the proclamation, I'm not even sure what it's scheduled next week or 2 weeks. 26th. All right. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone in the audience wish to take any items off for public comment other than A4 or B4? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a possible motion to approve all consent items other than A4 and B4.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Kies and a second by Supervisor Buckcondit. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Consent items pass. Item A4, I have a public comment card from Milt Treeweiler. I apologize.
Good morning, board, staff, and Stanislaus County citizens. I'm Milt Treeweiler, and I was born here in Stanislaus County, and I've lived here my entire life. I'm speaking on consent item A4, proclaiming March 17th to 23rd, 2024 as Stanislaus County's Agriculture Appreciation Week. Whereas the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors seeks to promote an understanding of Stanislaus County agricultural industry, and whereas Stanislaus County agriculture helps feed the world, fuels the county economy, and is the largest positive contributor to our county's net trade balance, and whereas the Stanislaus County is the nation's strongest producing counties, ranking 8th in the top 10 counties in the nation, according to the United States Department of Agriculture 2022 Census of Agriculture, and whereas the stewardship of Stanislaus County farmers and ranchers ensures a sustainable resource based for future generations. Unfortunately, there are people here in Stanislaus County who are scheming to destroy the future for our descendants. They plan to build more houses to bring Bay Area people to live in the cities of Stanislaus County. This farmland surrounding our cities is the best farmland in the world. Once you build on farmland, you'll never be able to grow food on that farmland to eat. Everything else in Stanislaus County can be replaced except our prime farmland and the water we have to irrigate it. Our ancestors gave us Modesto Irrigation District and Turlock Irrigation District to provide all the water we need to farm this land for hundreds and hundreds of years. It would be irresponsible, and all of our descendants would have to suffer for the bad decisions we would be making today. We're educated people. We don't need to make bad decisions. There's not 1 acre of farmland in some entire states and even countries as good as the farmland in the proposed Riverwalk Project area, or the farmland in the area north of Turlock, or the farmland in the areas all around Ceres, Houston, Modesto, and unincorporated Salida. This farmland can grow food to feed us for hundreds and hundreds of years. I don't think people realize how good this farmland is. It's worth more than gold. When you're hungry, you can't eat gold. For the survival of our county, we need this land for food production. There is an abundance of poor soils in Stanislaus County for the developers to build houses on, like the areas south of the Altamont Pass, or the areas west of Interstate 5, or the areas east of Oakdale, or northwest of Patterson. These areas have poor soils or lack water and are not sustainable for growing fruits, nut crops, and other agricultural commodities, but are fine for building housing developments on. We can also grow up instead of out. We can build high-rise apartment dwelling units, high-rise condominiums, and townhouses on the infill areas in all of our Stanislaus County cities and unincorporated towns to provide affordable housing for our working people. It's unconscionable that our school and city employees and our firefighters can't afford housing in our Stanislaus County cities. The developers can build in many areas of Stanislaus County on soils that are not suitable for growing food to house the people from the Bay Area. We can do the right thing. It's everybody's responsibility to provide this farmland, to preserve this farmland. Let's work together, all the citizens in here. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take every Stanislaus County citizen to save this farmland, because there is a movement here in Stanislaus County that wants to develop it and build houses on it, and we're not going to have food in the future. So let us work together to preserve this prime farmland by growing up in our cities and town infill areas. We've got them in every city in this county. This plan is, one little second here, I'm almost finished. By growing up, by building new developments on poor soil that is not suitable for farming to accomplish this goal, so our descendants can have food to eat and can live happy lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. And then item B4.
Still taking comments on that item?
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, this is also on that item in appreciation of agriculture, although there's, more sustainable practices that we would like to see implemented in agriculture. I agree, with the most part about preserving good farmland. I want to bring up one more threat to agriculture and farmland that we might be looking at in Stanislaus County. That's a thing called carbon capture and storage. I suggest if you didn't read it, or if you read it and maybe forgot about it, it was a while ago, go back and read an op-ed by the late great Vance Kennedy, a geologist, who said that carbon capture in Stanislaus County would be a very bad idea. And his argument that he made is when you're taking carbon off of oil refineries, for example, and other polluting industries, and they want to capture it and pump it down underground. And what Vance Kennedy said that would do is when you pump it down underground in a liquid form and it eventually expands, that you're going to push the ancient salt water from way down there, we're talking about thousands of feet, up towards the freshwater, and you will pollute the freshwater aquifers with this salt water. Now, that's just one reason why it's a very bad idea. It's basically a scam from oil companies to continue to operate so that they can say they're capturing the carbon, not letting it go into the atmosphere to help with climate change. And places like Stanislaus County, where they're looking, are going to become a dumping ground, basically, for oil and petroleum industries, so that they can keep operating, making money, make everybody happy, saying that they're going green or carbon neutral. And they're looking at places in Riverbank where new houses were just built. They're looking at places in Wood Colony, trying to talk people into leasing their land so that they can set up these operations where they're going to be trucking in carbon or building pipelines, which there was a pipeline in Saturtia, Mississippi that burst. A bunch of people, because there's no law saying that you have to add an odor to it, like with natural gas. People were passing out and nobody knew why. The ambulances were coming to help the people, and because the carbon was being sucked into the engines, the ambulance would die and not be able to operate. This is just the one example of where this was tried out. And I know that folks are talking about that here in Stanislaus County, of bringing carbon capture to this area and pumping it underground in area. This is a completely untested experimental thing that they're doing, and I recommend you can talk to Valley Improvement Projects about it, learning more about this, and that we all stand together and stop carbon capture from coming into Stanislaus County in the northern San Joaquin Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public on item A4? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
Motion to approve A4, B4.
Second. I still got to have comment on B4.
Oh, sorry.
A4. On A4, motion by Supervisor Condit, second by Supervisor Withrow. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes. Next item, item B4, I have a public comment card on Miguel Donoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I bring you the letter in regard to the plan, capital improvement plan 2428. And the insurance in compliance with the civil rights requirement for the public comment and the review in March 26, that you're supposed to approve this morning. At the same time, I'm requesting that report be in Spanish according to the Executive Order 13166 and the Demily Alatory for the Bilingual Service Act. Is supposed to, anything that you receive, state and federal grant, supposed to do the translation, and that issue was being before to you guys, and you still not refusing to any document that's supposed to be public, supposed to be in the translation for the people to make comments and understand how important is the access for the community, especially if we are close to 50% Mexican American, Latino in this community, and from that percentage, we got 39.8 monolingual. So under the federal guidelines, if 5% of the population speak only different language, it's supposed to be have access to information, and that's not happening. And you can see in that report, in the first page and the second page of that, you have the signature of Mr. Hayes and the Mr. Boss counselor. They approve. They're supposed to be in compliance, and they are not in compliance. So it's a violation of civil rights and the 166 executive order, a continued violation. Mr. Chairman, I'm requesting to, in the report of the Stanislaus capital improvement, it don't show where the money come from. In every project, I mention what really funds, at the state, federal, and local funds. So the issue is, if you are receiving a federal state fund, supposed to be in the report. I talking to Mr. Lemon, he said, next time we're going to do it. That's not right. I think it's time for you more accountable and accessible to the community. And this report don't have that. And I'm talking about this capital improvement report supposed to be presented today or for the 26th. So I'm asking, before your approval, to have this document in Spanish. And I remember with the Terry withdraw. Last time I said you had to have ask the staff to accommodate the community, and that's not happening. Mr. Woodrow is still questioning how the bilingual is supposed to be reflect that. So, and I'm asking to Mr. Chan Candy to please to do something. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Miguel. Right, any other members of the public to speak on item number B4?
I'd like to just echo what Mr. Donoso is saying. Again, these are really important documents, really important decisions that the county is taking and leading, but also really dismissing, alienating, and maybe intentionally disallowing Spanish speakers to participate. Again, if that is not your intent, that is definitely the perception. And I know that we've already come to you to ask that you do this research that you asked the staff to do upon what are the federal limits for obligation to translate information into another language. We haven't had any updates. So at some point, there has to be transparency. There has to be follow-up when we ask for it. Also, these documents that you are producing in English, you have a consultant or a team. You should ask from the beginning that these documents be written in English and Spanish. We can look at other languages, but we know already by just living in Stanislaus County, you don't need stats or data, just living. And some of the areas that you represent is majorly Latino. So don't you want them to have this information? Then why aren't we asking the staff or the consultant to ensure that your residents, that your constituents have access to this information? Is their opinion not important? Should Spanish speakers not be informed? Are you keeping information from Latino or Spanish speakers? Do you not care about our input? Now, Mr. Miguel Donoso speaks English and Spanish, but I'm sure that you can tell that he prefers the information that you produce, that your staff produces, in a language that he is most comfortable with. It is beyond unacceptable for you to continue producing documents and reports and hiring consultants without considering and making and ensuring that Spanish speakers have access to this information. It is not okay. Do you really represent the constituents that you say you do? No, because you are not allowing this information to come to the people who live in your district, in your community, in the county that you so-called lead. So, like I said, it is the perception. That might not be what you actually want. And that I hope that you think, or I hope that you understand that Riverbank is predominantly Latino. We don't all speak English there. We don't all only speak Spanish there, but a lot of us in Riverbank would be most comfortable with the information in Spanish. In Ceres, in Patterson, in Wesley, in Modesto, in Salida, in Turlock. All of these communities, the Latino community is the predominant population in the county. It's time for you to show that you actually represent all of us. Not just ag, not just Spanish speakers, or sorry, not just English speakers, but that you actually do something. We've requested that you actually implement a policy so that when you guys leave, that if you care that we have this information, that our communities have this information, you might translate some document every now and then when we make a big stink about it, or maybe not. But a true policy will be here when you are not here anymore. And that's what we really need. We need you as a county representatives, leadership of the county, to implement an actual policy that says we acknowledge the Latino community and that the Latino community, predominantly who speak Spanish, are important and that their opinion matters and that we want them at the table. They need basic information so that they can give you their opinion, their concerns. And here we are again, and we'll be back again until there's policy and until you actually show, until we don't feel like second-class citizens anymore. Because that's exactly what we've been treated like. Second-class citizens, maybe even third. Ya basta. Reconozcan a la comunidad y actúen ya. No se hagan tontos.
All right, any other members of the public on item B4? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
Motion for B4.
I'll second it. All right, motion by Supervisor Buckhan and second by Supervisor Withrow. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you so much. And moving on to discussion items. Item 7.1, approval to enter into an independent contractor services agreement with Legacy Alliance Outreach for the provision of reentry and rehabilitation services for formerly incarcerated individuals. And the presentation will be conducted by our public defender, Jennifer Jennison. Good morning, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. Members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. We are here this morning seeking approval to enter into an independent contractor services agreement with Legacy Alliance Outreach for the provision of reentry and rehabilitation services for formerly incarcerated individuals and related actions. On June 6, 2013, this board authorized funding for the Public Defender's Office to establish a pilot program modeled after Homeboy Industries for the provision of reentry and rehabilitation services for formerly incarcerated individuals to provide a whole person therapeutic environment for those reentering our community from jail or prison. Consistent with General Services Agency purchasing guidelines, the Public Defender's Office, in conjunction with GSA, issued a request for proposal for the provision of reentry and rehabilitation services for formerly incarcerated individuals on November 2nd, 2023. Legacy Alliance Outreach, known as LAO, received the highest total score. Notice of intent to award was sent to LAO on December 15th, 2023. Legacy Alliance Outreach is a 501c3 organization that has served incarcerated and formerly incarcerated community members for the past 3 years, providing services to over 100 individuals daily. The growing program offers a comprehensive range of rehabilitation, support services, peer support, case management, and residential services. Over 80% of LAO's staff and volunteers have personal experience with the criminal legal system. This lived experience fosters credibility, allowing them to connect deeply with clients, many of whom have never encountered someone who has successfully navigated similar challenges and in a safe and supportive environment. LAO services have proven to be a beacon of hope, significantly enhancing life outcomes and reducing recidivism among justice-involved individuals, providing a path of opportunity, stability, public safety, and positive community integration for those they serve, several of whom are present today. The program will be a community-based program providing rehabilitation services for individuals reentering the community from jail or prison, addressing the underlying needs that led to system involvement and facilitating post-incarceration reentry. The program aims to reduce recidivism for formerly incarcerated individuals, increase their engagement in rehabilitation services and coordinated reentry navigation, improve their outcomes in areas such as health, housing, employment, skill development, and social networks, and ultimately enhance public safety. In the first year of the program, LAO will prioritize providing services to at least 50 formerly incarcerated men and women from diverse ethnic backgrounds residing in Stanislaus County. The core services of the program will include peer support and navigation using a diverse pool of people with lived experience, care coordination services, employment support services, access and support in pursuing ongoing education, including trade skills, digital and financial literacy, basic needs, including access to documents, housing, food, clothing, and hygiene, psychoeducation and skill building groups, and legal systems collaboration and navigation through a public defender partnership. This initial agreement establishes the core rehabilitation services, but as the program develops, it will move towards the goal of creating a thriving social enterprise program that provides direct employment opportunities for program participants. As it develops, this program will not just provide access to employment, but employment on site for program participants, recognizing the critical need for employment as soon as possible after release. The goal is building out a sustainable business embedded within the program that earns revenue, employs program participants, and contributes to the common good. The county will explore opportunities to leverage workforce services within the county and other key stakeholders, including opportunities identified through the Stanislaus 2030 initiative to develop workforce programs and social enterprise strategies for individuals involved in the criminal legal system. The agreement with Legacy Alliance Outreach is for a total of $1,613,871 for the term of March 12th, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. The agreement will be funded with Community Corrections Partnership Funds as approved by the board on June 6, 2023. Sufficient appropriations and estimated revenue for the provision of services through June 30th, 2024 were approved by the Board of Supervisors on October 3rd, 2023. So how did we get here? Focus on Prevention brought together partners willing to transcend individual silos to commit to a common set of objectives and goals, with the primary focus on preventative efforts, addressing root causes, and not merely treating symptoms. It was Focus on Prevention that brought Father Boyle here in 2016 to speak and to inspire this program, paving the way for creating comprehensive and compassionate support in Stanislaus County for people leaving jail or prison. Stanislaus 2030 recognized an opportunity to make an impact by providing support for social enterprises that offer employment opportunities to individuals who were previously involved in gangs or incarcerated or at risk of homelessness, and acknowledged that by supporting more socially focused businesses that generate revenue, pathways to sustainable impact could be created while also creating more jobs specifically designated for individuals who are in need of employment. Sheriff Dirksey convened Project Resolve to bring together members of our community and law enforcement to forge a better understanding of the needs of our community. The group committed to asking the hard questions and figuring out how to create a better, more caring, more empathetic, prosperous community, seeking solutions and strategies to help us improve. Solutions such as a community-based rehabilitation program. The Community Corrections Partnership Executive Committee, whose members share a common goal of reducing recidivism and increasing public safety, voted to support this program. This executive committee includes our chief probation officer, our police chief, our sheriff, our district attorney, our behavioral health director, our public defender, and the court. Individuals with completely unique roles who share common goals and are willing to collaborate and work together to find solutions that work for our community. The opportunity to establish this program builds upon many partnerships within our county agencies that have developed over the last couple of years. Partnerships that allow us to make a collective impact when we act on our shared interests and goals. These partnerships allow us to create a stronger, healthier community by acknowledging that none of us alone can solve the problems faced by our community. The Public Defender's Office now has a team of client support specialists who connect impacted individuals to supportive community services. They assist with housing, employment, benefits, treatment, and other needs to address root causes of system involvement. They assess client needs, develop case plans, and make referrals to our community partners to ensure clients can access existing services. They help identify and bridge gaps in services and strengthen our relationships with community-based organizations. A client support specialist will be embedded in this rehabilitation program. This program builds upon the partnership with the District Attorney's Office and their commitment to collaboration and working together to develop innovative solutions to address root causes of behavior that lead to system involvement in an effort to increase public safety, even when the solutions require us to think outside of the box. This program is also an extension of the partnership that is developed with the Sheriff's Department and their willingness to embrace creative and innovative ways to support public safety. This partnership was the basis for a grant to fund the implementation of an early representation program known as ERP. ERP will allow public defender, client support specialists, and social workers to contact individuals within 48 hours of arrest, identify needs, link individuals to services and specialty courts, develop discharge plans, and provide case management in an effort to reduce system burden and future arrests. This program also builds upon the already great work of the Probation Department and the Day Reporting Center, which is designed to offer a variety of rehabilitative services to system-involved individuals in an effort to reduce recidivism and prevent a return to jail while guiding them toward a productive future. And a partnership with our Behavioral Health Department sets the foundation for us to implement this program. BHRS provides comprehensive mental health and substance use disorder treatment and prevention services to the most vulnerable members of our community. BHRS emphasizes and values collaboration and has developed a court assessment team, creating a one-stop shop for the mental health and substance use needs of system-involved individuals. This innovative team is a game changer for those system-involved individuals requiring services and will be dedicated to completing assessments to identify individuals' level of care and treatment needs. The team will also assist with linking individuals to collaborative court programs as well as outpatient providers throughout the county. And at this point, I'd like to invite Michael Baldwin from Legacy Alliance Outreach to the podium to say a few words.
How you doing, Chairman and Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors? I just want to really just appreciate Jennifer Jennison and the Public Defender's Office, as well as just this county, for allowing me, a person who spent 26 years, 7 months, and 17 days incarcerated for crimes that I did commit, an opportunity to come back into my community and to be revitalized and to show that I didn't lose any skills. I actually gained skills from that experience. And as a result of that experience, I have a desire to help men and women who come from that environment also. Because no one really addressed my core issues. And when I came home, there was a lot of services that weren't provided for me that I thought would be there. But based on the relationships that I was blessed to develop, I started being able to meet those needs for other people as well as for myself. And what you see now in terms of Legacy Alliance is a result of that. And I'm not alone, though. I can't do this alone. And as a community, we can't do it alone. And so Legacy Alliance, in partnership with the county, our hope is to reduce crime and remove crime and victimization from our midst altogether. I believe that I've run into so many men and women who didn't need incarceration to change. They just needed a caring relationship and an environment where other people who are misunderstood could exist and dwell. And so that's what we've been doing, and I'm grateful that we'll have the resources with this contract to really expand what we're doing and to really like solidify it. And I don't want to say much, I just want to keep showing you, right? I think talk is cheap, and we've been putting our money where our mouth is, and I think that by you supporting this, you are too. And together I believe that we'll be able to see the results in the lives of the human beings in our community for years to come. And so just thank you. Thank you for trusting us, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to really like stand up and be our best selves at this time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The recommendations to the board are as follows. Approve the independent contractor services agreement with Legacy Alliance Outreach in the amount of $1,613,871 for the term of March 12th, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Authorize the purchasing agent or designee to sign and execute the agreement with Legacy Alliance Outreach in the same amount for the term of March 12th, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 for the provision of re-entry and rehabilitation services for formerly incarcerated individuals. And finally, authorize the purchasing agent or designee to sign amendments for additional services and payments, budget permitting, throughout the term of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any comments or questions.
I think I'll wait till after we hear from you. Obviously, we're a nation of second chances, and sometimes you need a third chance. And it's honestly not how many times you fall, but how many times you're willing to get back up. And so I applaud Mr. Baldwin's endeavors. We fully support your vision. You're doing incredible things in people's lives, which in turn will do incredible things within our community. And thank each and every one of you for being here today. I want to applaud Supervisor Withrow for being a great leader as well in these endeavors, and this board for potentially supporting this project. So again, thank you so much.
Okay, all right, no further comments from the board. I'm going to open it up to public. I have a public comment card from Alejandro Madrigal. Welcome back, Alejandro.
Thank you. So I speak both Spanish and English, but I wanted to represent the Latino community, and I don't want to go back and forth. So if you could help me, that way the Latino audience could hear what I got to say.
Okay.
How you doing, Vito?
Very good.
Mi nombre es Alejandro Madrigal.
My name is Alejandro Madrigal.
Hace 3 años estuve encarcelado
3 years ago, I was in prison,
y fui a la prisión.
and I was in prison.
Duré 1 año y medio.
I was there a year and a half.
Y cuando salí, me di cuenta de ese programa que tiene Michael Baldwin.
When I came out, I found out about this program that Michael Baldwin has.
Yeah. Y gracias al programa, descargué mi número de CDCR.
And thanks to this program, I was able to discharge
My CDCR number. Dentro de 1 año.
within 1 year.
Yeah. So, y ahorita me consiguió trabajo por Habitat for Humanity.
And he helped me get a job. I work for Habitat for Humanity.
Y también me está, vivo en una de sus casas también.
And I live in one of the houses.
Y es un grupo de hombres que de veras quieren cambiar su vida,
It's a group of men that really want to change their lives,
y mujeres también.
and women as well.
Y el currículo que las clases que dan son muy beneficial para todos allí, y somos como una familia.
The curriculum that they offer, the classes that they offer are very helpful, and this is like a family.
Es todo.
This is all.
Thank you, guys.
Any other members of the public would like to comment?
Hello, my name is Mo, and
Can you state your last name also?
Solomona. And I've been addicted to the streets and the hood life for majority of my life. I'm formerly incarcerated, and this program has helped me a lot. Change the way I think before I act, teachers accountability. I'm working now. I do things that I never done before. I provide for my family. You know, I'm more happy now. Like, I used to be a very angry young man. And I believe in the Legacy Alliance, and that's why I came today. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kenyatta Latchison. I'm formerly incarcerated. I've been recently released in the past 40 days. I did 22 years, 3 months, and 14 days. And due to the help of Legacy Alliance, while incarcerated at Valley State Prison, Michael Baldwin and his staff came in to give us the education to help give back to the youth through the youth peer program, a mentor program, and also peer support specialist program, to where I can educate myself and to continue my education and walking out and be able to help the community at hand, along with myself, affording myself the opportunity to apply myself and to keep myself from going back to doing things of the street nature of crime. Today I stand before you, a changed man, an understandable individual, and I'm willing to continue to keep going forward. And with this program, it has helped me with housing, employment, and it continues to give me understanding through each day that I process through. And, you know, many other men and women who's here with this process. And I'm also a client. I live in one of the residential houses. And so today I stand before you to represent Legacy Alliance Outreach and the individuals that's continuing to move forward and that's looking for the opportunity to get out and to come stand before you and represent the community at hand. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tanya Marquez. I too am formerly incarcerated. I caught my first case last year, but I also am an employee of Legacy Alliance Outreach. I'm the clothing closet coordinator. I help those get ready for work, people who just come out of prison who don't have anything. It's called Gamma Levies. People can come over there and have something when they get out. I also provide hygiene, everything like that. Anyways, it has helped me because I was addicted to drugs, and if it wasn't drugs, it was alcohol. For so many years, it was alcohol. And then I started drugs about 6 years ago. And since I came to Legacy Alliance, I'm today now clean and sober, 396 days. No alcohol, no drugs of any kind. Michael Baldwin has been, he's my boss, but he's also my mentor, my friend. He's helped me family reunification you know, and I learned that, because I raised 5 children on my own, and I had no help from anyone, but he helped me, and everybody there has helped me. They are my biggest supporters. I am good with my children now. I'm a better mom, better person, better woman. I have a purpose in life. Before I didn't. And all because of this program. They are my biggest supporters. Without this program, I don't think I'd be clean and sober this day. I think I'd probably be dead, in jail somewhere, or, you know, on the streets. But thank God to them. I thank God every day for Legacy Alliance. And I help people, you know, and that helps me heal. You know, and I just appreciate Michael Baldwin and this program, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have this beautiful life I have today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Washington Perez, and I'm here to talk for the Latino. Pues mi nombre es Washington Perez y estoy aquí para pedirle a la comunidad ayuda para ser parte de la comunidad.
My name is Washington Perez, and I'm representing Legacy.
Para pedirle la ayuda a la comunidad, para ser parte de la comunidad.
We're asking the community for help so we can be part of the community.
Porque yo creo en este programa que
I believe
tenemos
in
una
this
voz.
program. I believe we have a voice.
Y hay personas que ocupan más ayuda y nosotros podemos ayudarles porque podemos, you know, relate.
And I believe we can help. We have a voice.
And nomás queremos que los ayuden. And,
We just want your help.
And los soporten por todo. And así.
Just to help us with this program.
I believe in this program that can help us because there's a lot of people out there that need help. And I was one of them, you know, I've been incarcerated, I've been on drugs since I've been 14 years old. And there's a lot of people out there that walking around, talking to themselves, hearing voices, and no one hears them out. And I've been one of those persons that's been nowhere to go at the Salvation Army, Gospel Mission, walking around. And with Legacy, their support, there's a voice, we have a voice there. And I'm just asking for your guys' help because I believe in this program. And I've been on drugs since I've been 14 years old and incarcerated 8 months out of a year since 14. And this program has done me a lot. You know, the point of view I have now is it's like a view that I've never had. I have a want in life now. I have a want, and it's the same want that Michael sees to help people out, to help people like me, to help people that are incarcerated that come out and that want to change. And I feel that this program is like the thing to do. Like, you know, we got this. Appreciate it. Just want to be part of the community again.
Hello, my name is Victoria Coy, and I am also representing Legacy Alliance. And basically, if it wasn't without this program, I would be homeless right now. I actually come from a really good family and had a really good job, and due to an unfortunate circumstance, I went to prison, and coming out, I was facing homelessness because there was no programs for me. My PO wanted me to live in my car, didn't want me to leave the county, but I was transferred out here and now participate in the program where I am employed, I have housing, but I came up here to say that we're already doing it without the money, and it would be much appreciated to, you know, get help doing it.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Marcus Hawkins. I was sentenced to 18 years here in Stanislaus County, and I recently got out. And when I got out, I felt alone. I felt anger and bitter, and I didn't have any direction. And Legacy Alliance took me in and gave me an opportunity to learn how to be not just a detriment to society, but to how to be an asset. They've given me opportunities to grow as far as learning how to communicate with other people in community. They brought Modesto Police Department has come in and sat down with us and actually made us feel like human beings. All I wanted to do when I got out of prison was try to get my life together, but I still didn't have the guidance. I still felt like taking things was the right way to do it. And without Legacy Alliance, I don't know if I would have got on the right path to where now I feel like the right thing to do is to show some love, is to give something to the community. And they give us an opportunity every day to touch not just the people in our Legacy Alliance, but to go out into the community and make a contribution. And I don't know where I would be and how. I know that if it wasn't for Legacy Alliance, I wouldn't be an asset to society. I'm still in the process of trying to become that. Thank you for the board for giving Legacy Alliance an opportunity to present this program to you. Thank you.
My name is Randy Merrill. I was born right here in Modesto, California. I'm a child of 209, Stanislaus County. I'm a formerly incarcerated individual. I was sent to prison for possession, distribution, cultivation of marijuana, and possession of firearms. I was out of state in Oklahoma. I came back home seeking opportunity for jobs and to better myself in the community, to be an asset, as Marcus said, instead of a detriment. And I've hit dead ends. I've hit roadblocks. I've hit, excuses from every employment company in this county that I've gone to, and I've gone to over 100 of them seeking help, trying to get a way to earn a living. And every one of them sends me a background check from the FBI and from the state that says, we can't hire you due to your background. Unfortunately, that led me to be an impoverished and disadvantaged individual in the community. I live at the Salvation Army. I'm homeless. Through Salvation Army, I was directed to go to Legacy Alliance Outreach. At Legacy Alliance Outreach, they have actually put me to work. They found jobs for me. They've provided me with opportunities to have income for myself, which is helping me better myself and my community at the same time. And so I personally see the results of the program working not only for me, but for many other individuals, not only now, but in the future. And I believe in it, and I'm gonna be here until the end. And I believe it's gonna help many, many people, not just me, but others, into the future and now. That's all I gotta say.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Miranda, and before LAO, I was on the streets as well. I have, since 2011, been in the community trying to seek help, trying to seek the help I need, trying to not be, so poor anymore, seeking work, seeking housing, mental illness, and in all places we're directed to go through the Stanislaus County. And since coming to LAO, they have bridged the gap that the county has left me just hanging in the streets, living in my car, or coming from the Salvation Army. I'm also a recovering drug addict, and coming to Legacy Alliance just barely in January of this year has shown me the tools how to live every day on a daily basis. I go to Legacy Alliance every day, and I get a new tool on how to recover from my drug addiction and how to help me to go on the daily basis and recover from my mental health. And as well as that, I've been a victim of domestic violence, and Legacy Alliance has also helped me to recover from that, as well as my own, throughout my own abuse. I've also become the abuser, and they've also helped me to help myself out and not be the abuser anymore. And since Legacy Alliance, I've learned how to, just in that short little bit of time, I'm not homeless anymore. I've gained work, and I'm getting my car back, and I'm learning how to be successful in this community.
Hi, my name is Diana Valdez. I'm one of the case managers there. Hola, mi nombre es Diana Valdez. Yo nada más quiero decir de los servicios que damos ahí. Ayudamos con los que han estado recientemente encarcelados. Nosotros ayudamos a para dar clases de prevención de recaídas y clases de violencia doméstica. Y nosotros ofrecemos soporte comunitario y tutorio para la comunidad. Nosotros estamos ahí. Si necesitan algo, por favor, vengan y llámenos. Nosotros no paramos hasta que todo esté terminado.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Caleb Avery. I was incarcerated out of Sacramento, California. I've never lived a day in Stanislaus County. And I was hitting a roadblock at every pass when I was trying to be released. I was approved for an alternative custody program. I gave Sacramento County multiple addresses, you know, that were valid, and it was a roadblock after roadblock. I didn't know this man at all. I didn't know anything about your county. I never even passed through here except for on the freeway. And after 10 minutes of speaking on the phone with this individual, he said he'd give me a chance. I was released last week on the 6th, and just in a few days of being in his presence, my future's a lot brighter than I anticipated. He's opened my eyes to all types of possibilities that I didn't believe were possible. My addiction is narcissism. I tend to fail to look at other people's needs and other people's wants, and I no longer do that in the brief moment that I'm with him. It seems like all the time that I did incarcerated, I didn't want to come home and work. I wanted to try to find a quick fix. But the brief moments in his presence, I was able to see that there's so much to look forward to in the coming days that I can't wait to be a beneficial factor in your community. And I appreciate everything that Legacy has done to me so far, and the opportunity that you guys are giving Legacy to continue to further better your community. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, all of you. Thank you for being here. Supervisors, Mr. Hayes, all of you who work for the county. My name is Chris Costin. I'm a former educator here in Stan County. And I didn't know that Mr. Baldwin and his team and these folks were going to be here today, but I'm a West Mo product. I was born in Oakland, California. We moved here, lived in the projects because my dad was in the Navy. But I'm a West Mo dude. It's not just West Mo. It's not just West Mo. It's South Mo, but it's all of Modesto and it's all Stanislaus County. But God bless you. God bless you. God bless every single one of you for the hard work that you do. Again, I wasn't anticipating coming up and talking, but I can relate to the individuals who spoke this morning. I do some work with Stanislaus County, and I know I was protected and spared and saved from some of the stories that have been shared, but I was certainly walking on the plank. And so thankfully I was allowed to become a teacher and a coach in Stan County for the high schools. And I had the privilege of meeting very temporarily about a year and a half or so ago Mr. Baldwin, who was speaking at the Stanislaus County Office of Education. Marvin Jacobo, who is the leader or director of City Ministry Network. He and I have known each other for 50 years, played ball together. He became a youth pastor at First Baptist Church and would share with me that I needed to change my life. I finally decided to do that. And anyway, I had the privilege to meet Mr. Baldwin. Marvin told me about him. And I'm grateful for what they're doing in this community, for all those who are speaking. And I could not sit there and not get up and thank Mr. Baldwin, their people, all of you, Ruben and Kara, who are very precious to me as well. God bless you. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I got some allergies sitting back there, and you know, we just want to work. We don't want a handout. We provide hand-ups. We are closest to the pain, and so we're closest to the solutions. I had a friend, one of the guys came to me the other day, and he was working. He was so happy he had got a job. And he came to me on Monday and told me that he got this email from his job. And he couldn't read it. He handed it to me. He said, and the email said that due to following up on your background check and your criminal history, we can no longer employ you. And he looked so sad because he's really a good guy. And nobody had ever really known his history. They didn't know that he had went through some things that helped him do some things that ended up affecting him and ended up incarcerated. But now he's back, and he just wants to like press a reset button, and nobody will let him do a reset button. And I told him that that's a good thing because we hire you because of your criminal history. Right? Some people exclude you because of your criminal history, but I want you because of your criminal history. I want you because of where you come from. Because there are some kids that we also interact with. And some of those kids are on their way to being down that path. And we're equipped to stop them. But no, we're just not focusing on the kids. We are equipped to stop each other. And so each one of these people that got up and spoke, and there's so many more, and I kind of like wanted to stand up so that everybody else didn't feel like they had to like keep going. I'm not stopping anybody from speaking, but I just wanted it to be known that, you know, the help that you're going to give us. Some of these guys that were living in my duplex with me before I had a house, their parole agents would bring them to my duplex while I was on parole myself. And we were running a program. And so we've been running a program, and Father Greg Boyle of Homeboys is a friend of mine. I've known him for over 20 years. A guy that I mentored is actually the person that's running Homeboys now. And the board that we have with Marion Martino and Don Cullum and Matthew Mason, they're like some of the most pristine people we have in our community. But even the work that we do couldn't be possible without Terrence Withrow and Jennifer Jennison and Ann Inslee and Jeff Dursky and Ruben Imperio and Brandon Gillespie. Like, this is a community thing. This isn't a Mike thing. This is a community thing, and I'm just so proud of us. And I guarantee you that, and I'm willing to stake my life on it and my freedom, that in 3 to 5 years, people around the world are going to be looking at Stanislaus County wondering, how you guys doing that? We got Modesto Police Department that go inside of the prison system. Modesto Police Department can interact with any of these individuals, and we have relationships now. We have individuals who are formerly incarcerated who can walk down the street and stop crime. One of our guys ran into, he was leaving the building, and I'm going to shut up, and he was leaving the building one day on his way to McDonald's to get him a cup of coffee. And this guy who was losing his mind had pulled out he was trying to rob this lady at the bank. And the lady, she had a concealed carry. So she upped her gun and she's aiming at this dude. And one of our guys grabbed him and turned him and told the lady, "It's okay, I got him." And he drug him away so that the lady wouldn't have to shoot him. And then he called me and said, "Mike, I got this guy. I stopped it, but I don't know what to do now." And that lady, her husband came and she was trembling because she didn't want to have to shoot him. We ultimately called MPD and the chat team because this guy was having a mental health episode. He didn't necessarily need prison, but he needed some help. And one of our guys who would have never thought himself to be able to be in a position like that, he was a public safety agent that day. We're public safety agents. We don't believe that public safety is a police job only. And we don't believe that it requires prison for everyone. We believe that we can do it through relationship and through loving on each other. And so I just want to reiterate that we're just so grateful for an opportunity to be funded to do the work that we're doing. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wanting to speak?
Yeah. So the reality is that the system's been flawed, you know, and for, I want to say thousands of years, but I mean, as far as we're concerned here in America, right, we got a few hundred years. It's a system that, like Vito knows, he knows you grow almonds, right? So it's a system that there's a shaker, and then there's the catcher, right? The other side of the other machine, and then there's the sweeper, and then there's the pickup machine, right? And we're just getting dumped out the back, you know? And when we get out of prisons and there's not really many resources that we could get to, Mr. Baldwin is filling that void. And it's from the community, for someone that's been in it. Like he said, you know, we're closest to the pain, we're closest to the solution. And he's got that solution. He knows it, he's lived it, rehabilitated himself. You gotta put in the work. And he knows, he's got that. I truly think he's a godsend, and we're in the times where he's starting to show up. So thank you guys, everybody.
I want to say personally, from my perspective, from being at Legacy Alliance Outreach, I have seen incredible things happen. I have witnessed changes in people's lives in real time. That's why I know this is going to work.
Good morning. My name is Angela Jefferson. Michael Baldwin has helped me through a lot of things. Used to be down with the downtown street team, and I've never been in the program before, and the programs have taught me so much, like homelessness. You know, homelessness is supposed to help other homelessness people, and I mean, it taught me a lot. It taught me everything, and you know, we're supposed to be out here helping each other, not against each other. That's all I have to say.
My name is Arturo Asensio, and Michael Baldwin found me when I was homeless in San Francisco. He was out for a day out, and I knew Mike when he was coming to recovery in prison. I am formerly incarcerated myself. And my experience is that when they found me in my meth addiction, my mouth was all infected from my use of methamphetamines. And this community is amazing because they took me to a program called a Catalyst, and they asked me to share my story with this community. And when I did, somebody donated $7,500 to replace my teeth. And for that, I am eternally grateful to this community. And it's not easy here. We have to get up 7 days a week. We have to work every day. Sometimes we have to wash dishes after the children's program, after we provide a meal to the homeless. And being responsible, sometimes it's hard for me, because sometimes I want to give up. And this weekend, you know, I wanted to give up,
and throwing the towel. So I jumped on a bus and headed over back to San Francisco, back to my addiction. And believe it or not, the driver turned out to be a recovering addict. And she wanted to return my money and bring me back to San Francisco, back to here to Modesto, back to Legacy Alliance. And I came back because Michael Baldwin was able to coordinate somebody that was 5 minutes away to come over there and pick me up and bring me back. So I am back. And this program is amazing because they never give up on you. You know, we never get thrown out of this program. We give up on ourselves if we get thrown out of this program because they're always willing to be there to help us. So this program is amazing. It ain't easy, but it's teaching us that if we struggle through it, that tomorrow's another day and then we can make it. We don't have to go back to where we came from. So, thank you.
Right. Any other members of the public wanting to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments, questions, or a possible motion.
Just a couple quick things, if I could. Great day here for this, and what a team effort this is for everybody involved. And I know we thanked a lot of them, a lot of the people that are involved. But you know, Jennifer, thank you for stepping up for this. You know, our DA Jeff, I see Jeff's here, our sheriff Jeff Turksey, probation Mark. I don't know if Mark's here today, but Mark's back there. And BHRS, Tony was here before. I know he went out to try to help the lady who's having trouble here. And so just everybody, what a team effort it is. Darn it, government is so slow. You know, it's just so slow for these things to happen. And when we think about, it was 2016, 8 years ago, we went back there and saw Father Boyle, went down to LA and saw that. And just amazing how long it took, but it's worth it. It's worth the wait. I mean, you can see from these individuals here what a difference this program is making already without our money. And they're going to need more money, and we're going to get the private sector involved. Ann Inslee, that's another one I wanted to thank. Ann's been so involved in this, stepped up like no tomorrow to employ individuals. We need more businesses to step up and help employ these individuals, and they're coming. We're getting more and more people that are getting involved in this. Michael, couldn't be more proud of you, what you're doing. You know, you're a superstar. It's a good day for allergies. I get it. Today's an allergy day. And but you're unbelievable. I see Alex back there. I saw Sammy over there. And anyway, all you guys, it's just amazing what you're doing. And the singing is going to make a difference. You know, we go through this stuff up here. Most of the time, all we hear is about the bad stuff, right? All we do is get complaints, and that's okay, because the system is complaint-driven, and that's how we find out about things. And so we still need to get the complaints, but just every now and then, every now and then, something good happens. And this is one of those days that we get to feel good about what we're doing. So anyway, thank everybody I thank this board for all of you guys for stepping up and getting involved and being a part of this. And so that's assuming we approve this. But I thank you guys all. Thank everybody. Like I said, team effort. This doesn't happen without a team effort. Thank you all.
Yep. Thank you very much. And so I'm very supportive of this today, and when Supervisor Withrow, who's engaged through the Homeboy Industries and Father Boyle, and he's been talking about this for 2 or 3 years about creating our own Homeboy Industries. He always felt that Mr. Baldwin was the right person to do the job. We still have to go through RFP processes and choose people based on their ability to provide. I love the testimonials, because the testimonials didn't have any backup money from government, I guess, for lack of a better word. I will say that outcomes are important, right? Everything we do in the CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership, is outcome-based, trying to stop recidivism, to get people the help that they need. And there are a ton of programs. If you look through our CCP document, you can see that the sheriff gets money, district attorney, probation, public defender, and there are lots of requests in Modesto's chat team, our care team, community outreach and engagement. So there are lots of great causes out there. So my word of caution is that everything is outcomes based. There is more need in the community than there is money. through the Community Corrections Partnership, and I know that they're taking up the budget. Again, I'm very supportive of this because I think we get great bang for our buck, but it will be based in the future. Future votes will be based on outcomes through, I guess the public defender will be following that. But again, to all of you, Michael, you've given a part of your life and to a cause, and again, we're honored to be a partner with you. To the board members sitting there, thank you very much, because you guys are guiding lights for us generally in our direction. And again, I support this wholeheartedly, but again, it's a year by year. I don't ever like to think that this is a 10-year process when we have so many requests out there.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whenever you serve, no matter in what capacity, you want to make a difference. And I truly believe this particular program is going to have big things happen for it. And I congratulate the entire team. My colleague, Mr. Withrow, I know he's probably been the tip of the spear in many of the discussions, and looking forward to this passing.
All right. Well, like it's already been said through my colleagues, sometimes you feel that you're not really making a difference, and days like this, you feel you played a small part. The leadership of one of our colleagues, Supervisor Withrow, but many members of the community and many members of the county team to bring this to fruition. It's an honor today to have this come to a vote, and I'd be more than happy to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
All right, I got a motion from Supervisor Withrow and a second by Supervisor Condit. All indicate by please saying aye for your support.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody that took time out to come. All right, so I know we have still a long agenda, so if it'd be okay for us to take a 5-minute break and address our allergies off the days. Hayes and his budget team.
Yeah, and a few others that I'll mention in just a moment. Good morning or almost afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be presenting our mid-year financial report. And I know it's been a good meeting. That's a pretty tough act to follow, what we just did right there with Legacy Alliance. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm just going to jump right in and just provide some context for what we're trying to do with the mid-year financial report. Our primary focus is always to provide an update on the status of the budgets halfway through the fiscal year, so that's as of December 31st, 2023, and to project our fiscal condition for or through the end of this fiscal year, which would be June 30, 2024. So pretty basic. We're halfway there. We're out reporting. Report describes the development and the progression of the county's budget for fiscal year 24, including summaries and trend analysis on revenues and expenditures. You're going to see a high-level summary of a lot of that, a few details shared, but all of the detail is in the actual document itself, and will also be available for staff questions as always. Also want to highlight that we'll include any recommended adjustments to budgets and staffing levels for consideration and your approval. I do want to note that what you're going to see in this budget and really what the recommendations reflect is that in our office, we consider ourselves to officially be in what we call a status quo budget mode. So I'll kind of describe what that means for us. It means that we're trying to maintain our current service levels, that the economic climate has changed or is in the process of changing, and that our goal as an organization is to maintain the services that we have increased throughout the many years when we were in a growth mode. Of course, we do have some limited growth in this budget, but they are in areas in which we've identified ongoing and sustainable resources in some other program. And the Legacy Alliance program is one of those perfect examples of where, even in a status quo budget mode, it will make sense for us to grow programs where we can find some additional funding. And I do want to take just a moment. I'm going to go off script, and I want to also thank everybody that was involved in that last item, particularly our law enforcement executives, public safety executives, I guess is what I should say, from the county's team, including Sheriff, and this is in no order, Sheriff Dirksey, Mark Ferreira, DHF Legera, but I especially want to thank our public defender, Jennifer Jennison, for her presentation this morning. That was fabulous, Jennifer. Thank you. Okay, so I'm back on script. Last thing I want to say about the long-range model, about the budget, is that in this presentation, we're going to roll out some additional information and at least displays and conversation on our long-range financial model. I think it's very difficult when you transition from a growth mode to a status quo mode and understanding why we wouldn't continue to grow the county's service levels and so forth. And the answer to that question is really rooted in where our savings account is today and how long will our savings account today last us going forward in the future, given that we've already increased service levels beyond what we're bringing in on an annual basis with revenue. So we are already in a deficit spending mode, and how long will the model sustain that deficit spending mode in the future? You're going to actually see that in graphical form this morning, which is a new feature of our mid-year budget process. Okay, my last responsibility today is to just introduce the fabulous team that has helped put together this budget and is assembled this morning to help present it as well. We have senior management consultants from the Chief Executive Officer, Jennifer Tosti, Kelly Cavello, and Patrick Kavanaugh. They're all here. You've got Jennifer and Kelly at the staff table, and the rest will be joining. We also have Deputy Executive Officers Angelica Ramos and Jewel War, who have served as really the leadership for the preparation of this budget. And then, as always, we try to mix in some of our county department heads to support the process and to give better context as to how some of the programs will be implemented in the year ahead. And for us, it's Christine Huber from the Community Services Agency. She's got a lot of FaceTime microphone time today. Christine will be up here with us again. And Eric McLaughlin from our Information Technology Central Department, who also serves as the county's Chief Information Officer. So thank you all for being here for this presentation, and I will now hand it over to Jennifer.
Subsequent to the adopted budget are incorporated into what is referred to as the legal budget. These changes include adjustments approved through individual board actions and often include encumbrances carried over from the prior fiscal year. Because changes to the budget can occur at any county board of supervisors meetings and prior year encumbrances can be liquidated or spent as needed, the legal budget is always noted as of a specific point in time. As of December 31st, 2023, the midpoint of the current fiscal year, the legal budget totaled $1.81 billion. The chart on the screen shows how the legal budget is allocated by board priority area. Organized by fund type, this chart shows how the budget this fiscal year has progressed since approval of the 2024 adopted budget in September 2023, which totaled $1.73 billion, $503.7 million of which represents spending authority in the general fund. As previously noted, the legal budget as of December 31st totaled $1.81 billion with $515.1 million in the general fund appropriations. Recommendations contained in the 2024 mid-year financial report totaled $8.1 million, with a small increase to the general fund of $137,664. If approved as recommended, the 2024 mid-year budget will total $1.82 billion, of which $515.3 million represents spending authority in the general fund. The $8.1 million net increase recommended in the 2024 mid-year financial report includes $17.4 million in funded budget adjustments to support existing service levels across the organization, $11.9 million in items previously approved by the Board of Supervisors wherein the budget was not adjusted at the time of approval, and $10.9 million in ongoing costs supported by external funding sources. These increases were offset by $29.5 million of prior year encumbrances which were removed from the budget. A standard part of year-end closing process provides the means for departments to carry forward encumbered funds from one year to the next, where needed. However, process changes as the organization experienced its first fiscal year close in the new Oracle Cloud system led to additional encumbrances which resulted in the need to right-size budgets at midyear. An additional net reduction totaling $2.6 million further reduced budget increases, resulting in the overall $8.1 million adjustment. This chart displays $1.82 billion mid-year budget by board priority area, with 40% of the budget supporting a healthy community and nearly 21% supporting a strong and safe community. Approximately 39% of the county's budget supports the remaining 4 board priorities. I'll now pass the presentation over to Angelica Ramos, who will provide detail on the county's discretionary revenue and long-range model.
Okay, so I'll take us to discretionary revenue. Discretionary revenue provides roughly 60% of the funding needed for general fund expenditures. Departments bring most of the balance of what's needed to fund these expenditures. It is the primary funding source for local government operations, supporting public safety functions, general county business, and any local match contributions to mandated health and safety programs, which provide services for the community. This is a revenue source that is available to fund programs at the Board of Supervisors' discretion. The chart on your screen displays discretionary revenue over a period of 5 years, noting mid-year actuals. So you've got 5 years across the bottom, 3 little bars there by year. Mid-year actuals are shown in the light green bars. So you can see what we've received every year, approximately by the same time each fiscal year, in comparison to the adopted budget, which is represented in those middle bars, the slightly darker green bars, and year-end actuals for each fiscal year, which are represented in the dark-colored bars. As of December 31st, approximately $86.9 million in revenue had been received, which represents 29.1% of the adopted budget projections. Over the past 4 years, at this time each year, we had received somewhere in the neighborhood of 30.6%, of discretionary revenue actuals to 31.2% for each respective year, placing this year's receipts at this time just below that historical range. The 2024 mid-year budget reflects an increase of $4.5 million above the legal and adopted budget levels as of December 31st. So there on the end, on the left, on the right-hand side, you see that in the middle bar, we had adopted budget brought forward and were approved for $298.9 million. We're now upping our projection to $303.4 million. This adjustment is primarily attributed to interest earnings, additional interest earnings that we're projecting, along with adjustments needed for collection of penalties and delinquent taxes in order to reflect the historical trend in that category. Prop 172 sales tax revenue increases are included there as well as revenue from special assessments. Of the $4.5 million, approximately $2.9 million of that is represented as a one-time benefit to discretionary revenue, while $1.5 million is considered ongoing revenue benefit available to support ongoing operations. When compared to the year-end actuals, revenue realized through mid-year varied from 27% to 29.9% of actual year-end total receipts, placing this year's receipts within the historical trend when compared to updated year-end discretionary revenue estimates. Of note, fiscal year 2022 and 2023, you'll see that our dark green line got a little, looks quite a bit larger in fiscal year 23, and that is related to a technical accounting entry to report the fair market value of investments, which reports changes in fair value reflected in income for the period in which they occur. This affected our year-end totals in the two fiscal years, 2022 and 2023. That post-closing entry adjustment reduced year-end totals in fiscal year 2022, so it brought them down. Without this adjustment, year-end receipts would have totaled approximately $288 million. And what you see there on your screen for 22 is $263 million. So there's a $25 million difference for that technical entry. The reversal of that adjustment occurred in fiscal year 2023, and it significantly increased that year's total by that roughly $25 million. Without this adjustment, fiscal year 2023 would have ended closer to $301 million. And what you see there is 326.9. The gray lines that have been added in the animation show you where each one of those years' bars would have ended without that technical adjustment. By displaying these one-time adjustments, you can better see the growth and relative leveling out of discretionary revenue over the past 5 years and would create more of a smoother line trend over time. Okay, so the slide on your screen is new to our mid-year budget presentation related to some analysis we do in our long-range model. Our general fund long-range model is not new to our office. We do look at it and analyze it along with every budget cycle in order to inform ourselves on what the organization's trajectory, fiscal trajectory looks like, and what the organization can afford to support right along there with need. The county long-range model is analyzed annually at the beginning of each year. We do look at it at mid-year, and in light of slowing revenue trends that we're picking up on this mid-year, we analyze that impact. We're also following on the state's 2025 proposed budget deficit. So with those things in mind, we are presenting some information based on our long-range model mid-year analysis. The 2024 long-range model, mid-year long-range model is forecast through fiscal year 2028. You can see the years there across the bottom on your screen. And it reflects an average annual revenue growth factor of 2.8% for revenue, while base general fund costs are included in the model, projected at 3% increase annually to align with the projected consumer price index for future years. Existing service level commitments are projected along with the third and final year of the board's 3-year Building Community Services Investment Funds. This is in fiscal year 2025, that'd be the last of $20 million for a total of $60 million spent over 3 years to improve county and community facilities, libraries, and parks. At this rate of budget spending, if all costs materialize, general fund reserves would be required for budget balancing, along with other one-time funding solutions and balancing strategies to mitigate projected annual budget deficits, which would average about $52.3 million per year. The diagram is intended to display the impact to the county general fund should various scenarios of spending materialize. The red line at the bottom of the chart assumes 100% spending in our general fund budget. So if everyone spent all of their appropriations in the general fund, we would start in 2023 with $254 million in general fund available. And by the end of 5 years, it actually shows that we would end in a negative position for the general fund. This is purely for projecting. Similar scenarios depict that if we spent at 91%, we would end at about $125 million in the general fund at the end of 5 years. It shows you what it would look like if we spent in the black line at 91%, which is closest to our spending trend in this last year. We would end with $231 million, and gives you a look at 88% in the green line, where if departments only spent 85% of their appropriations, not 88, would actually grow general fund. We would be receiving more revenue than we were spending in that scenario. The dashed line right above the black line indicates what would need to be spent, what percentage of spending would achieve us the closest thing to a break-even look at expenditures. So we would start with 254 and with 254 if departments spent at about just over 90% of their expenditures. What is important to note here is that the ongoing evaluation of the long-range model against our county experience would prompt changes in operations long before fund balance in the general fund would be depleted. Another reason why this tool is so meaningful in the identification of fiscal strength and as an integral tool in the development of budget policy and direction, we use it to think through what we need to do in order to course correct if we see a future that requires course correction. This particular visual was useful in guidance and direction in determining budget and staffing recommendations for the 2024 mid-year financial report. So with that, I will hand it over to Kelly Covello, who's now going to take us through the 2024 mid-year budget adjustments by board priority area.
Good morning. The recommended 2024 mid-year budget for departments supporting a strong and safe community totals $379.3 million. This represents a $3.6 million increase. The mid-year budget adjustments are funded by $5.7 million in estimated revenue, a decrease of $3.2 million in use of fund balance, and an increase of $1.1 million in net county cost. There are no staffing changes recommended for this priority area. Highlights of the mid-year budget for this priority include adjustments for the district attorney to right-size salary and benefit costs not requested within the adopted budget process. The department realized this oversight during the mid-year financial review and addressed the change to align budget authority with allocated positions. Adjustments for this department also support the purchase of law library materials, handheld radios for criminal investigators, security cameras, and the replacement of a server and storage unit that is no longer under warranty. An additional adjustment was made to recognize an increase in revenue in the Enforced Consumer Protection Laws budget. Probation will purchase a truck driving simulator and the Skill Boss Smart Factory Carpentry program to provide step-down programming and job training to youth formerly housed by the former California Department of Juvenile Justice. Adjustments for the sheriff include adjustments to align budgets with grants, fund balances, and programs, purchase additional equipment for the driver's training courses, replace a drone with insurance revenue, fund unanticipated termination cash outs, and employee recruitment and retention strategy costs. The department has identified an additional $6.7 million in unmet needs in salaries and benefits, which staff believe will be resolved through existing budget policy adjustments planned at third quarter. Realignment growth revenue is recognized in the mid-year budget by all departments in this priority. In addition, probation and sheriff made adjustments to address prior year carryover appropriations that are no longer needed. The recommended 2024 mid-year budget for departments supporting a healthy community totals $727.2 million, an increase of $3.2 million. The mid-year budget adjustments are funded by $26.7 million in estimated revenue, a decrease of $23.5 million in use of fund balance. There is a net increase of 16 positions recommended for this priority. The Area Agency on Aging is receiving one-time funding to support existing service levels for several state-funded programs, including Older Americans Act funding for the provision of senior meals, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program education funding for nutrition services, Health Insurance Counseling and Advocacy Program funding, and Prevention and Early Intervention Program funding to provide direct mental health and socialization services. AAA will also use fund balance to purchase needed office equipment and supplies. Behavioral Health and Recovery Services is making budget adjustments totaling $10.9 million to align the budget with funded programs approved by separate board agenda items, including the Community Care Expansion Preservation Program Grant, Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program Grant, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Mobile Crisis Services Grant, and mandated 24/7 mobile crisis services. BHRS is also adding a net 24 new positions to support the executive leadership structure, the medical records division, quality and services and compliance, the utilization management division, the children's system of care, and the Stanislaus Recovery Center. Technical adjustments to address prior year carryover appropriations that are no longer needed will decrease appropriations and use of fund balance by $19.1 million in various BHRS legal budget units. The Community Services Agency is making a $14.1 million budget adjustment in public economic assistance to support increased caseloads for CalWORK's all other programs, two-parent families, and adoption programs. Budget adjustments are also being made to support in-home supportive services, wage and benefit supplements, as well as the 4% inflation factor as approved by the board in the United Domestic Workers Association Memorandum of Understanding. In addition, the Housing Support Program is receiving additional funding to provide supportive services to CalWORK's families who are experiencing homelessness. And this includes rental subsidies, security deposits, utility payments, temporary housing, and move-in cost. Technical adjustments to address prior year carryover appropriations that are no longer needed will decrease appropriations and the use of fund balance by $8.7 million in multiple CSA legal budget units. And lastly, the Health Services Agency is deleting 8 vacant positions in public health to align staffing with operational needs. So at this time, I would like to welcome Christine Huber, Director of the Community Services Agency, to the podium to share highlights on her department.
Good morning again, Chairman Grewal, Supervisors, Mr. Hayes, and Mr. Bose. Community Service Agency strives to serve the community by cultivating safety, stability, and resiliency, strengthening the foundation for all residents. In the first 6 months of this fiscal year, CSA programs have served on average 330,000 residents in Stanislaus County per month. One of CSA's main responsibilities is to issue public benefits for those who qualify, guaranteeing access to food, health care, and cash assistance to meet basic necessities. We serve the community from our main office in Modesto, although technically in the city of Ceres, community offices in Turlock, Patterson, Oakdale, and at the Homeless Access Center in downtown Modesto. As Kelly shared in a 2024 mid-year budget, there is a request to increase appropriations and revenue for the California Work Opportunity and Responsibility to Kids, which is also known as CalWORKs. It provides time-limited cash benefits to families with children when one or both parents are deceased, absent, disabled, or unemployed. Adult customers receiving CalWORKs benefits are required to participate in work activities for a minimum average number of hours per week, depending on household circumstance and composition. We've seen a 9% increase in the number of families served, as well as a 5% increase in the average grant amount between January 2023 and January 2024. While parents are participating in work activities, child care is also paid for. On average, this fiscal year, 423 children per month were enrolled in this program. It's a 10% increase from last fiscal year. CalFresh, which is the food benefits given to individuals and families who are low income, has also increased. In January 2024, close to 92,000 people qualified for these food benefits, which is an 11% increase over January of 2023. Our Medi-Cal program, which is the public health insurance program providing needed health care services for low-income individuals, serves on average 259,000 Stanislaus residents per month in the first 6 years of this fiscal year. One last program I'd like to share with you is General Assistance. It is designed to provide relief and support to indigent adults who are not supported by their own means, other public funds, or assistance programs. People who are disabled usually remain on general assistance until they qualify for Social Security benefits. If the recipient is able to work, they can only receive benefits for 90 days in a 12-month period and must participate in work activities. Stanislaus has more than doubled their recipients over the past year. In January 2023, there were 95 recipients, and in January 2004, there were 207 recipients. As you can see, these individuals and families who qualify for benefits are growing, which means an increase in the visits to our office. In January 2024, there were over 16,000 visits to our main office along with our community offices, in comparison to just over 10,000 visits in January of 2023. We also had close to 5,100 phone calls. Our monthly calls handled range from 4,000 to 8,000, depending on staffing levels. I would like to take a moment to recognize the amazing staff at CSA who answer questions, process applications, and determine eligibility. In January 2024, we received close to 7,000 applications for public benefits programs, which is a normal amount for January, but monthly averages is approximately 5,500. While I've shared numbers and data with you, I don't want to forget that these are individuals and families who come to us in their time of need. So for example, a mother in her early 20s, we'll call her Kayla, who had applied for benefits including cash aid. At the time she applied, she was living in a one-room apartment in the back of her family's yard. She had to move there with her 2 young children after their father left and later determined to have died. As she was overwhelmed with grief, she was having difficulties keeping appointments, and the referral to counseling went unused. Kayla managed to attend her 4th appointment we had scheduled with her, and she quickly moved to job readiness. She was then placed in an office job through the expanded subsidized employment program. Kayla became more and more optimistic about her future now that she was working regularly. She began to actively look for a job, and 6 weeks before her subsidized employment ended, she accepted a full-time position. Nearly a year and a half later, Kayla reports that she loves her job, her little girls are flourishing in school. She has moved into a better living environment that is in a safer neighborhood. I could go on and on with stories of families or individuals whose lives are better than when we first met them. We aim to strengthen these families by providing a foundation so they can take the steps to improve their lives. I'm happy to answer any questions. Have any?
No, scary numbers doubling, and it's a tough deal. Thanks for being there for them.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to go over the next few board priority area recommendations. The recommended 2024 mid-year budget for departments developing a high-performing economy totals $36.5 million. There are no mid-year budget adjustments recommended for this priority. However, there is a recommendation to add one position. In workforce development, the addition of one block budgeted manager 1-2 position is recommended to serve as the community outreach and marketing manager to oversee a new unit to develop and execute strategic planning for communication, marketing, and branding for the department and regional programs and services. The recommended 2024 mid-year budget for the department promoting lifelong learning totals $38.5 million. A technical adjustment is recommended to reduce prior carryover appropriations, reducing reliance on fund balance by $157,180. There are no staffing changes recommended for this priority area. The recommended 2024 mid-year budget for departments enhancing community infrastructure totals $273.8 million. A decrease of $368,018. The mid-year budget adjustments are funded by $458,000 in estimated revenue, resulting in a decrease of about $735,000 in the use of fund balance and $92,000 in net county costs. There are no staffing changes recommended for this priority. For environmental resources, adjustments include those to fund cannabis enforcement activities, covering additional staffing previously approved for the marijuana enforcement team, along with the purchases of radios, drones, computers, and supplies for the cannabis program. Adjustments also will appropriately align general liability costs by division and remove prior year carryover appropriations not needed in the current fiscal year. Parks and Recreation adjustments will align the off-highway vehicle budget to final grant awards and remove extraneous prior year carryover appropriations. And adjustments for planning and community development will serve to right-size budgets for fiscal year 2024 needs by removing prior year carryover appropriations no longer needed. So I will now pass the presentation over to Jennifer Tosti to finish sharing department details with the delivering efficient public services priority.
Thank you. The recommended 2024 mid-year budget for departments delivering efficient public services totals $362.6 million, an increase of $1.9 million. The mid-year budget adjustments are funded by $8.1 million in estimated revenue and $3.5 million in fund balance and retained earnings, resulting in a reduction of $9.8 million required of net county cost. There are no staffing changes recommended for this priority. The clerk recorder has faced an average 27% decline in recording fee revenue from fiscal year 2021 to present, with a projected shortfall expected in fiscal year 2024. Identified savings in the Elections Division will effectively offset the additional net county cost needed to end the year in a positive fiscal position. Ongoing solutions are being considered to balance the budget for budget year 2025. County Operations houses a variety of budgets related to and in support of county-wide operations and are managed by staff in the Chief Executive Office. Adjustments in county operations include coverage for increased medical and pharmacy claims costs, alignment with a 15% premium rate increase in medical self-insurance, and supports construction and well drilling at the Crows Landing Industrial Business Park based on an extended timeline for the project. The General Services Agency mid-year adjustments will align budgets to updated costs for fuel, materials, and utility costs, as well as the department's cost plan and fund retirement cash out for a long-term employee. Adjustments for Information Technology Central will effectively transfer appropriations in Integrated Criminal Justice Information System, or ICJIS, from services and supplies to fixed assets to support the purchase of a server for the probation department. It is my pleasure to welcome Eric McLaughlin, the county's Chief Information Officer, to the podium to discuss highlights on Information Technology Central.
Thank you, and I guess I could say good afternoon. I had planned on saying good morning. Good afternoon, Chairman Grewal, Supervisors, CEO Hayes, and Council Bose. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on county IT. I don't have a lot in the mid-year for ITC, so I'll just provide an update on county IT and ITC. So as CIO, one of my priorities is a focus on IT standards, and I'm happy to share progress in 3 key areas as they relate to IT standards. First is IT security. I'd like to highlight 2 items that the county's cybersecurity officer is working on with the Security Special Interest Group, and these items are updating the county's IT security policy, and we plan to bring that to the board in the coming months. It's something that I was a cybersecurity officer prior, and something I definitely recognize that is in need of updating, and excited to get that in place and to further standards in IT across the county using that. Also, the same group is working on evaluating options to contract for a security operations center, and we are planning to bring a request for a security operations center agreement at adopted budget. A security operations center would help to improve county security incident detection and response with centralized visibility and 24/7 monitoring. And really contracting for that is really the only realistic way to achieve that. And it's reasonable and it's a necessary step to improve the county's security posture. Next, I'd like to update on the ITC partnership with Ag Center departments, and that's Environmental Resources, Ag, and Parks. And I'd have to say it was a very good experience working with the departments and the department heads. And I'd also have to thank my Associate Director, Patricia, as her help in that process. We're early in the process, but on January 30th, the board approved the transfer of the Ag Center IT staff to ITC, and those staff officially joined ITC on February 26th. So again, early in the process. This partnership will provide an opportunity for the Ag Center departments to be hardware and software compliant with technology best practices, and will provide the opportunity to modernize homegrown applications, especially those in support of mission-critical processes. We're presently finalizing the migration plan to have Ag staff and their devices on ITC support, and once that's complete, once Ag's migration is complete, we'll begin migrating DER and Park staff and their devices to ITC support. Last, I would like to talk about the ITC's embedded model. So in 2019, ITC implemented an embedded model of service. Initially, we just had a few staff embedded in 3 departments. Today, ITC has 16 staff embedded across 11 departments. And these include classifications that we have embedded are business analyst, and those are individuals that connect the needs of the business to the IT resources in the county. We also have technology specialists who typically support desktops, or in some cases, they also specialize in GIS or library systems. We have software engineers working on department-specific applications. And last, we have IT managers who are overseeing the overall technology needs of the department. So what is an embedded staff? Embedded staff is an ITC employee who is physically located in a department for an agreed percentage of the time, providing dedicated services to that department. The embedded staff become very knowledgeable on the needs of the department's operations, systems, and challenges. And so these staff, while they're on the department's team, they're also a member of ITC, so they're very well positioned to connect the needs of the department with the expertise found at ITC. Embedded positions come with IT supervision and recruitment support provided by ITC. Often that's a challenge for the departments. If they're a small department, they don't have an IT manager, they may not have that expertise to supervise and recruit and select the right people. So we work with the departments to provide that service. Additionally, the advantage is the ability to provide a department with the ideal level of resources. For example, a small department may not be positioned to have a full-time IT staff, but they could, with embedded employee, they could still benefit from sharing a resource, maybe a few days a week, that is shared across multiple departments, but while they're there, they're dedicated and learn the needs of that department and are able to further their processes. So thank you. I mentioned a few of our employees, but I would like to say a tremendous team. Management team is really tremendous. A lot of talented employees all across ITC and in the county, and we couldn't do what we're doing without them. So please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll have Deputy Executive Officer Joel War come up to summarize and wrap up our presentation.
Thank you, Kelly. So to summarize changes affecting the position allocation count, we look back to the last budget cycle reviewed and approved by the Board of Supervisors. So at the 2024 first quarter financial report, that included funding for 4,878 allocated positions. Subsequent to that report, adjustments netting 4 additional positions have been approved through separate board actions, resulting in a current position allocation of 4,882 positions. The 2024 mid-year financial report includes recommendations adding a net of 17 positions, bringing the total authorized position count to 4,899 if approved as recommended. In conclusion, the 2024 mid-year financial report shows that the county's budget midway through the fiscal year is balanced, inclusive of updated revenue and expenditure information. The report also demonstrates that the actual budget performance is tracking well within the legal budget as of December 31st, 2023, and year-end projections pending additional technical adjustments anticipated at third quarter. Departments identified mid-year budget requests totaling $18.1 million. Due to limitations on discretionary revenue growth, staff prioritized ongoing funding to meet cost of doing business increases and technical adjustments to protect existing service levels. The remainder of the requests not recommended for funding at mid-year total approximately $10 million and are described in the 2024 mid-year financial report as department identified unmet needs, for which departments have the opportunity to seek funding in fiscal year 2025 through the adopted budget process. County staff will continue to track fiscal year 2024 budget operations through the coming months and be prepared to recommend any necessary and appropriate adjustments at third quarter, focusing on ending the year in a positive fiscal position. Staff will submit the 2024 third quarter financial report to the Board of Supervisors for consideration and approval on May 14th, 2024. In preparation for budget year 2025, staff are currently working with departments on the 2025 proposed budget to establish base budgets in support of existing service levels. Staff are also closely monitoring developments related to the state budget to evaluate any local impacts. Staff will present the 2025 proposed budget in a public hearing on June 4th, 2024 to establish spending authority for the next fiscal year. If you would like to know more about the 2024 mid-year budget, you can find the electronic version of the 2024 mid-year financial report online at stancounty.com/budget. Alternately, you can go to the Stanislaus County main page at stancounty.com, scroll down towards the bottom of the screen, and click on the piggy bank to find the 2024 mid-year budget, as well as budgets from prior periods. So we have 4 staff recommendations before you this afternoon. 1, accept the Chief Executive Officer's 2024 mid-year financial report. 2, authorize the Chief Executive Officer and Auditor Controller to make the necessary adjustments as recommended in the mid-year financial report. 3, authorize the use of $4,981,758 in appropriations for contingencies as recommended in the mid-year financial report by 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors. And 4, amend the salary and position allocation resolution to reflect the recommendations included in the mid-year financial report as outlined in the staffing impact section and detailed in attachment 2 to become effective the start of the first full pay period beginning on or after March 23rd, 2024, unless otherwise noted. And so that completes our 2024 mid-year budget presentation. County staff are available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Questions from members of the board? Supervisor Chance Condon?
I'll take Chance Withrow. I don't have a magic calculator like Mr. Whitfield, but I'll do my best. Thank you, Chair Graywall. Thank you so much for the presentation. I do greatly appreciate all the details and information specifics we got into today. Definitely got into the weeds, as well as in our briefings leading up to this process. It's a huge process. Again, it's only a mid-year, but moving forward, just some of the progress I would like to see made, and of course my colleagues have their own individual opinions on it, but I would really like to have an evaluation of some of the line staff. I would, for future budgets, I would like to see specifically line staffing with the road crews, as well as environmental health with DER, those type of positions, so that we're meeting the needs and trying to be proactive out for whatever issues might arise from the constituency. But those specifically, I would like to kind of have a reevaluation that we are trying to be as proactive as possible and as reactive, I guess, as possible as well when issues do arise. But I will be supporting this budget. Looks good. I'm glad that's balanced. And again, thank you for all your hard work.
Any other members of the board? All right, then I will take it out to the public for any members of the public that would like to comment or have any questions. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for any further comments.
Yeah. So
Supervisor Kayser.
a quick one after from 2013 until this year's budget. We've been exceeding, revenues have exceeded what our ongoing expenses have been, and we've been slowly increasing our general fund reserve, more because we couldn't spend down the allocated positions through the vacancy rate. We've been building it up. We've finally come to a time when revenues are flat and are not going to cover all the allocated positions based on that graph that we saw. If we spend 91%, it starts heading in the wrong direction. It's the first time. But it's not, I'm not panicked about that. I'm just very cautious. I'm glad to see we have a more conservative budget. The 17 positions that are allocated on a go-forward basis are all non-general fund. Either through MHSA, the vast majority are in the behavioral health and recovery services. And so I'm very supportive of this. Again, we don't ask a lot of questions, and we say the same thing every time. It's because we get individual briefings prior to, during, like 3 or 4 hours, depending on what we need. And our information, I mean, our decision-making is predicated on the great information we get from staff. I always got to say thank you. If you go up on the 6th floor and you walk around on the east side of the building and the west side of the south side of the building and the west side of the building, you'll see these people, all the folks sitting out here, working feverishly for about the last probably 2 months, trying to bring something to us that we can agree on or that we can find some agreement on. So I like the caution on a go-forward basis, and I will be supporting this wholeheartedly.
Supervisor Buckhannon.
Yeah, just echo what Chance and Vito said. I always like listening to Vito. I didn't get to do my briefing with him this go-around, but I always like to listen to what he has to say, our fiscal conservative on the board.
I got my briefing with him. It was no on everything.
I always enjoy to hear what he has to say. I just wanted to say thank you to the staff for all the time and support and answering all my questions, so thank you.
Supervisor.
Thank you guys again for everything. And I always like to see everybody's. So we had Jennifer, Kelly, Patrick, Angelica, Jewel, Patrice, Christine, Eric. Who did I miss? Anybody else too present? Anyway, thank you guys all for the presentation here today. Great job on the budget, as always. A couple quick things, just if I could. I know recently met with our auditor controller, and I know they're short-staffed, as probably every department in the county is. But such a critical position, and everything that we do here is as a result of the good numbers that we're getting out of there. And so I just want to say, if we can do everything we can to help prioritize and help Kashmir with the issue she's dealing with short staff. Again, I know we have short staffs all over the place, and we're trying to do that. But I just want to if we can double our efforts to try to help Kashmir after the meeting that we had, and Patrice was with me. So everything we can do to kind of help there would be great. Because I can see a CPA, fellow CPA who is very much overworked right there, which who isn't a fellow CPA that's not overworked right now? So anything we can do to help her, I think would be great. My favorite schedule this year is the general fund long-range model, this, the one with the lines here. That's so good to put that out to show how this actually could go depending on where we end up. And like I said, up to this point, we always have contingencies, we have all these things, and it's so great to see where we would end up if we actually hit our actual numbers, over the next 5 years. These long-range models are so valuable. And, I guess here I am complaining about vacancies. Thank God for vacancies, probably to some extent, that's what's helped us continue our general fund balance, because of those vacancies are allocated, but we're not spending that money. But this is a great one here to have. And the last thing I'm going to put a pitch in. So we all had our little individual things we all wanted to have done this year. We changed things up a little bit. And each of the board members, I think, had items that we had kind of wanted to prioritize funding for different little things. And I don't think any of us, we could see, because of the situation that we're in right now, things are starting to head down, that we need to start pulling back a little bit. The one that I was really pushing was CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocate. I'm just a warm spot in my heart for them and the work that they do. And I'm looking at Jeff Jarrell right there, and I'm wondering if somewhere within Jeff's budget, we'll talk some more, that we could find a spot in there to try to help CASA and Steve Ashman and what they have going there. Like I said, I know we all had our things that we were pushing for, and it's just great how we all understand that this is not the right time for these things. But anyway, just a pitch there, Jeff, to see if there's anything you can do to help CASA out, because I know they do great work here in the county. So otherwise, totally support this. Again, so proud of all the work you guys do. You make us look good up here. Thank you very much.
All right, well, I just want to echo everybody's comments. Thank you for all your hard work. It's always, a stressful time, but when it does balance and things work out, it is also very assuring, not only to us as a board, but should be to the members of the community, that you have a staff that's really looking out for your best interest as far as long-term fiscal sustainability. All right, well, with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
All right, motion from Supervisor Chiesa and a second from Supervisor Buckcondon. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you again. And
I keep looking at that clock and it's messing with me. I know.
next item, as we see mass exodus.
I know, that's right. Guilt him into it. Figure out a way. That's right. Yeah, I'm sure. I do, but I'm gonna say no more money, just, you got some surplus in there. I'll just say, hey, you got some extra stuff.
Quick 2-minute break since a couple of our members have to use the restroom. Convene this meeting with item 8.1, a public hearing to consider the adoption and waiving of the second reading of an ordinance establishing a tax on cannabis business activities within the unincorporated area of the county. Presentation will be conducted by the Chief Executive's Office and Erica Inacio.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Graywell, Supervisors, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. Erica Inacio, Deputy Executive Officer with the CEO's Office and Cannabis Program Manager, along with Jesus Marquez Mendoza, Deputy County Counsel. We're here this afternoon to present a commercial cannabis tax ordinance to be placed on the November 2024 general election. Just to give you an outline for today's presentation, it includes a brief history of the county's commercial cannabis program, an overview of the proposed ordinance and resolution, staff recommendations, public hearing, and discussion. But before I proceed, once again, I would like to take the opportunity to thank everybody who has continued to be so committed in trying to see this through, from the Commercial Cannabis Committee, which includes Angela Freitas, Danya Nunes, Jeremy Ballard, Jesus Marquez Mendoza, Lane Avila, Tina Rocha, Tom Bowes, and Will Shirley. And then those that took the lead on putting together the ordinance, which includes Danya Nunes and Jesus Marquez Mendoza. To provide context for today's presentation, just wanted to go through the history of how we got here. So on November of 2016, voters passed Proposition 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, which made it legal for individuals to use and grow marijuana for personal use. It also implemented the sales and taxation on the commercial marijuana, which is cannabis, effective July 1st of 2018. Oops, bear with me. On September 26 of 2017, the board approved the development of commercial cannabis strategy for retail, cultivation, and other activities. In December of 2017, the board adopted an allowance strategy of 61 licenses with a maximum of 7 retail businesses, established a cannabis activity ordinance on zoning, fees, and application process, and established an enforcement strategy to remove illegal cannabis activities, which is a revenue source to fund the county's enforcement strategy to eradicate illegal cannabis activities in the county, bringing in approximately $3 million. In February of 2019, the board held initial public hearing and began approving development agreements for commercial cannabis businesses. As of March 1st of 2024, we have 16 development agreements remaining active, while 8 development agreements have been mutually canceled. 1 was not mutually canceled, and there are 2 retail development agreements that are in the queue as a recommendation to cancel, followed by another possible 2, all for noncompliance as it relates to timely payments. There are 27 licenses currently active and 34 licenses remaining. The current development agreements include 2 components, which is the community benefit rate fee, which is the fund that programs, the funds that program and enforcement activities. The community benefit contribution, which allowed the industry to give back to the community. However, in May of 2022, this was discontinued. It was revamped and approved again on October 17 of 2023. If the board approves the placement of the tax ordinance on the November 2024 ballot, the development agreements will go away and the tax measure will be enforced. I will now pass the presentation to Jesus so that he can provide information on today's proposed ordinance and tax measure.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this slide is a slide showing the ordinance timeline. It shows us where we've been, where we are today, and where we hopefully will be at the end of this year and early next year. On February 13th, 2024, you considered the adoption of the ordinance, also known as the first reading. You received a draft resolution for adoption to place the proposed tax on the November 5th, 2024 ballot. On February 27th, 2024, we requested a continuance. There were some things that we needed to address based on feedback that we were given by the Board of Supervisors on February 13th. So we've addressed that in our proposed resolution and ordinance. And now we are here, March 12th, 2024. We are here for the adoption of the ordinance, a second reading, and a resolution to place the proposed tax on the November 5th, 2024 ballot. It also requires a 4/5 vote in order to place this ordinance to place this ordinance on the ballot. November 5th, 2024, if approved by the board, the general election will include the ballot measure. And finally, January 1st, 2025, if approved by the majority of the voters, we will set a specific tax rate up to the maximum as established by the ordinance. So an overview of the ordinance, chapter 4.75. Number one, it authorizes the board to set a tax on cannabis businesses. Number two, it proposes a general tax to be imposed in the unincorporated areas of the county only. The tax is not applicable to businesses within the city limits. Number three, it's subject to voter approval by majority vote, which is 50% plus one, because it is a general tax and not a special tax. Number four, since it is a general tax, it must be used for general governmental purposes. It's not to be imposed solely for specific purposes, which is one of the big differences between a general tax and a special tax. Number five, this would establish maximum rates for each cannabis business activity. We've created essentially five subcategories, or five categories: cultivation, manufacturing, retail, distribution, and testing. Number six, allows the Board of Supervisors discretion to set rates by resolution. Number seven, allows the county to tax cannabis activities based on a percentage of gross receipts or square footage of canopy. So an overview of the resolution, it calls for the election on a cannabis business tax ordinance. The ballot question can only contain a maximum of 75 words. Looking at the timeline, February 13th, 2024, we considered, we've already kind of touched on this, considered the proposed draft ordinance and resolution. There was input provided, and it was set for public hearing on February 27th, 2024. On that date, there was a request and approval of a 2-week continuance, and now we're here, March 12th, 2024, where you will select and vote on final ordinance and resolution. The resolution includes the ballot question and the initial fee structure. Moving on to benefits of a tax. So one of the benefits is flexibility. It allows to adjust to changing market conditions. The Board of Supervisors will set the initial rates within the maximum approved. The board has discretion to modify the rate within range by resolution. One thing that's not mentioned on the slide is that if there are any modifications of the tax going up, there is language in the ordinance that would cap the movement up to 0.5% or $1 per square foot of canopy. However, if this board or a future board ever decided to go down, there is no cap on how low you can go. Another benefit of the tax is that it taxes illegal and/or unpermitted cannabis activities. Another thing is it reduces administrative burden on operators in county by saving time and expenses currently associated with development agreements. Fourth thing, it provides consistency and uniformity amongst all operators. And finally, there is the ability to maintain tax rate consistency within neighboring jurisdictions. There's also enforcement. It assists in efforts to eliminate illegal grows, and it generates revenue. We anticipate that there potentially could be 1.7 million or more annually. This is a conservative figure. That would be, as mentioned before, an unrestricted general revenue for unrestricted general revenue purposes, which includes strengthening neighborhood safety, community enhancement, and drug prevention and treatment. Some differences between square footage and gross receipts are highlighted on this slide. On the left side, you have square footage. Square footage is directly tied to the cultivation area. It has higher administrative oversight and audit. There are potentially risks of underreporting. Square footage of cultivation canopy area by license type, not by the building square footage. So what that means is that it's tied directly to what permit an operator is given. And the final thing under square footage is it's predictable, stable revenue stream for ongoing county costs. On the right side, you have gross receipts. Gross receipts are directly proportional to earnings and maintain maximum equity between operators. They are less predictable for budgetary purposes. They provide average over a quarter. There is a risk of leakage or underreporting of gross receipts, and they may require audits to ensure accountability. So with that portion complete, I will now hand it back over to Ms. Ignacio.
So one of the things that we wanted to highlight was that we have been asking for industry feedback, and based on their feedback, the ordinance includes some of their asks, which include the self-distribution will be taxed at 0% of gross receipts, increases to the tax rate are capped at 0.5% per year, and the development agreements would be eliminated. I also wanted to show that timeline where it shows the times that we have actually reached out to the industry and received and asking for their feedback at the same time that we were noticing the public hearings. This right here is the neighboring jurisdictions. These rates were accurate as of February 2024. The program staff completed a thorough analysis of local fee structures with a focus on neighboring jurisdictions with commercial cannabis programs, and program staff went through and evaluated each one of these before today's recommendation. So today, we wanted to share with you 3 different options to consider. Option A is a range of 1 to 8% of gross receipts for all activities, with initial rates to be set at 8% for retail and 2.5% for all other activities. The ordinance allows for the board to raise rates by no more than 0.5% per year. Option B is a range of 1 to 8% of gross receipts for all activities excluding cultivation, where the range would be set from 1 to 4%. The initial rates would be set at 8% for retail and 2.5% for all other activities. Option C is a range of 1 to 8% of gross receipts for retail, manufacturing, distribution, and testing, with initial rates of 8% for retail and 2.5% for manufacturing, distribution, and testing, and a choice of 2 ranges for cultivation activities, which could be 1 to 8% of gross receipts or $1 to $8 per square foot based on licensing tiers, with the initial rates to be either 2.5% of gross receipts or the following. The following would be mixed light would be set at $5, $6, and $7 based on the 3 licensing tiers, and the 6, 7, 8 for indoor activities based on the 3 licensing tiers. This right here just gives you a breakdown of the same thing that I just reiterated. So the initial rates would be set by distribution. Option A just shows for you the rates or the ranges for each one of those activities. And again, you will notice that the difference between option A and B is the cultivation range. For option C, for cultivation, you would have an addition of square footage versus the range of the tax rate. Towards the bottom, you will see the projected revenues of what it would bring under option A, which could be anywhere from 1.7 to 2.7. Option B would be anywhere from 1.7 to roughly 2 million. And option C would also be very similar, 1.7 to roughly 2 million. The current adopted budget for 2024 for the cannabis program includes 4.4 of appropriations funded by 3 million of estimated revenue and 1.4 in retained earnings. On the screen, you will see the different departments that currently receive funding from the cannabis program. And again, you'll see that it totals $4.4 million. This right here provides the program revenue as it pertains to previous fiscal years. The first 4 are actual revenues that we received. And then as of February 29, 2024, we have received approximately 1.7. We're projecting to have revenues of 2.4 million. We wanted to give you an example of what it will look like for an operator and the different options that were presented to you. So let's take a look at a fictional cannabis cultivator, Erica's Farm. That'll be my side job. And alternative rate structures using the methodology that was employed to determine an approximate fee based on gross receipts for a cultivator that turns over an indoor facility 4 times or 4 harvests per year in that same facility, if they were to increase their yield rate by 30% and increase efficiency to turn over the same facility by 4.5 times a year. In this example, Erica's Farm would pay $70,000 annually based on the state licensing tier in both their current development agreement and in the tax structure supported by the operator, basing the 2.5% of gross receipts on a conservative calculation of 4 harvests per year, guesstimating $900 per pound, which is what the figures that we use for 2022 and 2023. Erica's Farm would pay $43,000 in cannabis business taxes. Supposing Erica's Farm would increase yield rates and efficiency levels using the same amount of $900 per pound and a figure of 4.5 harvests per year, the cannabis business would increase to $64,019. If the operator increases the number of harvests per year and also increases yield ratios, the revenues could increase, and if you use the percentage rates, the fee would adjust accordingly. So again, depending on the option the board chooses, the question would be written accordingly as what you see up here. This is the proposed ballot question based on staff's previous recommendation to have the tax rate be at a rate of between 1% to 8%. The question would read, shall the County of Stanislaus adopt an ordinance authorizing an annual tax on all cannabis businesses outside the city limits in the unincorporated areas only of up to 8% of gross receipts, generating approximately $1.7 million annually in revenues for unrestricted general revenue purposes, including strengthening neighborhood safety, community enhancement, eliminating illegal grows, and direct prevention and treatment until repealed by the voters. Again, the question would be changed based on the tax structure that was selected by the board today. I also wanted to highlight that based on the figures that we got from the county clerk recorder's office, we estimate that this election will cost anywhere from $383,000 to $636,000. So, the staff recommendations for today. Conduct a public hearing to consider 3 alternative tax rate structures for a proposed tax on cannabis business activities within the unincorporated area of the county. Approve and select a tax rate structure for the proposed tax on cannabis business activities and the corresponding resolution for an election of the voters. Adopt and waive the second reading or an ordinance establishing a tax on cannabis business activities within the unincorporated area of the county. Adopt a selected resolution calling an election for the voters of the county to consider adoption of an ordinance and consolidating that election with the general election to be held on November 5th of 2024. Direct the clerk of the board to submit the resolution to the county register of voters. And again, just for reference, this is what the ordinance timeline looks like.
For staff's purposes, I want to focus on the staff recommendations. We first need to conduct a public hearing to consider the different tax rate structures, and then staff needs the board to select a tax rate structure and finalize that decision. And depending on where the board lands, we may or may not need additional time today to prepare the actual ordinance in order to meet the board's decision, and then we may have to come back. So if that makes sense, if you select one of the A, B, or C's, we think we're ready. If you go off and do something else, we might need a little additional time.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. I know we've been working on this for a while now, and appreciate all of the time and efforts in this endeavor. So I'm going to bring it back to the board for questions, concerns, comments. All right. Open it up for a public hearing. Can't get enough of those.
Chair Guewal and members of the board, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I'm Zach Trevon before you today on behalf of several cannabis businesses whose future in this jurisdiction and operations moving forward depends largely on the continuation of this cannabis program. This prospect now includes the adoption of a cannabis tax framework to replace development agreements which have proven overly burdensome, both from an administrative perspective as well as a financial perspective as it relates to the flat fee payments proposed for elimination in the new framework proposed by staff, which is desperately needed to maintain the viability of our retailers, distributors, and manufacturers. While it has been somewhat of an arduous process, and we've continued to advocate for lower rates for all uses and a square footage framework for cultivators as the most appropriate and feasible, moving forward. We are now at a point where the direction must be set, and believe that our best foot forward in the interest of all parties would be the adoption of staff's option proposed C with some modification. Staff's position has been for establishment of a percentage rate structure to create consistency and fairness between operators of varying scale and one which would facilitate administrative efficiency. Moreover, we've received additional feedback indicating a sentiment that a fixed cost tax structure based purely on square footage for cultivation may preclude the county's participation in a more prosperous times for the businesses that we hope to experience in the future. And in consideration of fairness to the county, in light of budgetary concerns moving forward, we feel that the hybrid approach would meet all these interests. While we do believe that a percentage rate structure may be challenging on the administrative side, we understand the need for cooperation in the spirit of compromise and for the sake of seeing the tax across the finish line today and with voter approval in November. Therefore, as we stand here today, we believe that the long-term positions of both the county and operators would be best served by setting lower initial rates in order to accommodate a modest financial recovery moving forward and eliminating the maximum financial exposure of the businesses to provide some reassurance that future investments will be recoverable. Accordingly, we recommend to the board approving the cannabis tax option C as presented by staff with some adjustments as follows. Set the cultivation rate at a square footage threshold between $5 and $8 a square foot, depending upon the type and scale of the operation, with $1 for nursery, or 2.5%, whichever is greater, with quarterly payments and an end-of-year true-up where 2.5% of gross revenues have exceeded the square footage rate. Set the initial rates for all other non-retail uses at 2.5%, with self-distribution exempted from any tax assessment to avoid double taxation on cultivators shipping their own products for an effective 0% rate on self-distribution. Cap the maximum rate ceiling for all non-retail uses, including distribution and manufacturing, at 4%, and cap the annual rate escalator at 0.5%, which is already in the staff report. This framework would allow the county to share in any potential upside moving forward while also maintaining reasonable tax obligations in the near term and mitigating the existential threat of unsustainable rates in the future with lower maximum exposure. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Can I just ask, how many folks do you represent? How many? Here in Stanislaus County?
I can count them off. We got,
Okay.
yeah, Medallion, JDI, we have People's Remedy, I have True Leaf, at least 5, 6. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm not sure if everything that you just mentioned has previously been communicated, but one of the things, Zach, you mentioned was 0% rate for self-distribution.
Correct.
And I just wanted to compare and contrast that to what's in any of the options that are in front of us today. I want to make sure the board is tracking specifically what you're proposing, what that means in terms of potential impacts to any of our existing operators. So could we just talk a little bit more about that? Can you either explain it or have staff explain how we're interpreting your comments?
Yeah, no problem. So for a cultivator who is distributing their own products through a distribution license, if they are not conducting any third-party distribution through their distribution license, meaning they're not procuring product in the open market and then reselling it, they're only moving their own products that they're already assessed the cultivation impact fee rate on, they are not required to pay any minimum payments under the DAs for distribution of their own products. So similarly here, with cultivators to be assessed either a square footage rate or a percentage rate for cultivation sales, they would not then be taxed again for the distribution of their own products out moving forward. So either way, at 2.5%, you would capture 2.5% of sales from their cultivation. They wouldn't just be taxed again for distribution of those products, if that makes sense.
So I guess I need to just check in with our cannabis team how our program currently operates. If someone could clarify for us how it currently operates and whether or not cultivators who are distributing to within some kind of vertically integrated business, whether or not they're paying any fees today on cultivation.
On the current development agreement for self-distribution, it is 0% presently.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the way it's written in the current draft of the ordinance, the tax ordinance?
So the tax ordinance has a few exceptions for things that are not included in gross receipts, and there are portions that deal with either a department moving one product to another department, that doesn't count towards gross receipts, or if, for example, you have a limited liability company, a corporation, if you're structured in that way, movement between those entities would not fall under the gross receipts calculation. Those are all excluded.
Okay. So Zach, what I'm understanding is that your request for zero tax on the on distribution amongst yourself, that's already been handled, right?
I believe so. I just wanted
Okay.
to ensure that it's included in the final draft. Basically,
Okay.
it's keeping us at a 2.5% rate for sales of the same product out of our facility as opposed to double taxation on cultivation and on distro.
I think we're all good.
Thank you.
And I just want to confirm that looking down, you've seen the neighboring jurisdictions, and every one of them have a tax on distribution, right?
Not every one of them, but a lot of them do.
In our county, it looks like every one of them. I guess you can find someone outside the county. Livingston. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just gonna lay through, yeah.
But just to be clear, distribution would still be assessed a tax at 2.5%.
Yeah. Okay.
So this would just be self-distribution. So
Correct.
that's a separate category as far as
Yeah.
if you're vertically integrated. The benefit of being vertically integrated is you get to move your product from your cultivation site to your retail site. Would that how?
It would be you conducting your movement of product through your distribution license, but your cultivation would be generating that sale. So basically, the distribution license in that scenario is a logistical tool.
Just one other question, please, if I can. Since you're up here, don't want you to have to sit back down.
Please.
Was the concept that you proposed, was it a maximum rate of 2.5%, or what was the proposed maximum rate?
4%.
I understand you're suggesting initial rates of 2.5% for everything other than retail, unless I got that wrong.
Maximum rate for all non-retail uses at 4%.
Okay. Okay, but initial rates at 2.5%.
Correct.
Correct, that's what's proposed? Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, ask if anyone.
Any other members of the public would like to weigh in on this? Thank you, Zach.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members and associates. I just wanted to say that I am Deanne Edwards from Primgen Corporation. I will speak a little earlier when our item comes up, but we are in agreement with Zach's position and all the other operators that option C would be the best for us going forward. I just wanted to make that clear. Cool.
Right, thank you, Deanne. Right, if there's no other members of the public, then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Questions for staff?
No, I don't have any questions for staff. It appears to me that option C, and I just need to talk through the or and, right, on the option C. And just understand that, because that agreeing to that seems like it's good for the county and maybe not good for the operators. And because we're going to take the highest amount, right, from either one?
Can I
Yeah, please.
clarify one thing? As written right now, option C,
Yeah.
not with the terms that Mr. Javon
I'm talking
talked
about the terms, the and instead of the
So,
or.
Right
The
now,
highest.
it would be an or. And essentially, the board would set it at either 1 to 8% or 1 to 8. There isn't a greater of, as written right now. I believe, hopefully I'm not mischaracterizing what Mr. Javon said, but I think he offered a greater of the two.
Of the two, yeah. That's what I mean, and you're utilizing the two and the higher up. So I would, so generally what I've heard, the position from Zach, that sounds like a better deal in the end. I'm glad that Prem Jim, because you're a smaller operator, right? And I don't want to disadvantage folks because they still have the ability, right? The 6, 7, 8, right? The differential based on size.
It would be on a tiered approach based on their current state license.
Yeah, state license. So that sounded really good to me. I mean, positive. After all this time, Terry, nothing's positive here, huh? But so I'm going to go. I don't know if you want me to. I won't make a motion yet. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Just a couple more questions and then go back.
I would be in agreement with my colleague. I think the hybrid option C would seems like a very reasonable, fair option for all parties involved.
It's a great word, hybrid.
Just a quick question on, other than retail, what was the rate that, you had mentioned 2.5%. Where was staff on the rate other than retail and not distribution?
For everything, the initial rate, the original recommendation is 2.5%.
2.5%, okay.
The initial rate.
Right. And so for me, I look at it as this way, and please, staff, let me know if I'm mischaracterizing it, but going on a price per square footage, even though it was tiered, the county would have to be at a loss at times when revenues exceeded, because the operators would have a finite number of 6, 7, or 8. Whereas with the hybrid option at 2.5%, we would get the greater of the two numbers. So if they have, the operators, we wish them well, they have a great year and they do $1 million, we're getting 2.5% of that rather than the 6, 7, and 8. So we get the upside if sales start to get stronger for the operators.
Not as written now. Option C is just an or.
But
The way that Mr. Javon mentioned it.
Yeah, that's why I referenced that.
Correct. Yes, it'd be the greater of either or.
Okay. All right. Terry, would you like to weigh in?
Yes, I would, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a quick question. On I didn't understand the benefits of the tax, the 1.7 revenue generating, but we talk about is this additional 1.7 generating? We talk about $3 million in the budget presentation that we're gonna have to spend, but we're saying but this is gonna get us down to 1.7. So why do we use 3 million in our presentation as far as our cost and where the money would come to fund that?
Currently with the development agreements, if they were to be making all the timely payments, it would be generating roughly 3 million. But the reality is that we have several operators that are behind. So we most likely will be at 2.4, even though our budget is currently 4.4 million.
Yeah, and in addition, I want to recognize that the current budget is really built on that we've had some savings in the program that were unspent. So we're already spending above and beyond what the annual revenue forecast demonstrates. I think the board should continue to be aware, we've said it in prior conversations, we will be coming back to reduce this budget in this next year, and largely depends on what the forecasts look like. But we're reducing this budget in the next year, and you can see that I think the Sheriff's Department's somewhere between 70 to 80% of the budget.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to go back to the enforcement part. Now that if it goes forward and it's a taxation, some of the cultivators that are growing illegally, when we bust them, so to speak, what does that fine look like?
So the benefit of doing a hybrid model, and I think Mr. Devon brought this up at the meeting a month ago, is that because there is a square footage component, it would be much easier to go out to an illegal grow, measure them out, and say, okay, you're being assessed at $5, $6, $7 a square foot, instead of trying to figure out what their gross receipts would have been at 2.5%, because it's a number that you're imputing on the illegal grow. So it's easier to measure with the square footage model.
And with our past history, any calculation done on what that might look like?
No, but we're currently obviously not doing any taxation on illegal cannabises right now.
Right, so everything that would be collected would be in the plus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it was good to hear from our smaller manufacturer. Thank you for being here.
Can I say one more thing?
Question, my Supervisor Casey.
No, just one more thing. I know that In the past, I tried to lead cannabis early on, and I've been exhausted talking about it. I know that Terry loves to hear that, but I kind of stepped back from it, and I appreciate a couple board members, Chance and Manny, really stepping in and trying to work through this issue and try and come to some sort of agreement along with staff and along with the industry. And I very much appreciate it because it's been a long time coming. We've been trying to get through these development agreements. We've been trying to get something on the ballot. It just never seemed to have lined up right. But I appreciate all of your efforts.
All right, any other questions by the board? Thank you, Mr. Devon. Thank you, staff, and I know that County Council Bose will help formulate a option C with the different details. If you could please do that.
All right. Let me see if I got this. So an appropriate motion would be to adopt option C. Give me a minute here. This is going to be me dancing on the dais. Approve and select option C as the tax rate structure for the proposed tax on cannabis business activities and the corresponding resolution for an election of the voters with the modification that, yeah, help me out here.
The modification would be to manufacturing, distribution, and testing would be capped at 4%. It'd be 1 to 4% gross receipts. Retail would be left as is, 1 to 8% gross receipts. And then there would be a modification, slight modification to cultivation, which would be, we'd have to modify the gross receipts cap to 1 to 4%. Square footage would remain at $1 to $8. However, we would add something signifying that it'd be the greater of the two.
Simple,
correct? I had to draw it out. I had to draw it out.
Tell you what,
Up on the screen.
you want to put it up on the screen?
It's
you
up
think
on
you
the
have
screen.
something? Okay. Well, no, that's not it.
Oh, you want the actual question?
So we're starting at 6, 7, 8, right? 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8 at the top end. Square footage or 2.5%, whichever's greater.
Yeah, so cultivation would be whichever is greater. So I'll go back to that screen.
Sorry.
And 8, starting at 8
With the modification that cultivation would be the greater of 1% to 4% of gross receipts or $1 to $8 per square foot.
For cultivation, yes. And
Per
then you'd
square
have to
foot.
modify manufacturing, distribution, and testing to 1 to 4%. Because I think
Yeah.
for option A and B, have it at 1 to 8%.
Yeah. I'm going to look at Liz here, and she's looking kind of confused right now as to what the motion is.
I'm curious what in the ordinance is being changed. We don't have that information yet, correct?
We'll have to pause.
Let me ask this of the board. Let's either give us a 5-minute break to figure this out, or just continue on with the agenda and come back to us after you have finished with the development agreements.
Is Gen going to be under the same development agreement, same numbers?
Yes.
So we'd have to have
We'll just take a 5-minute break for the county counsel's office to work this out. call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order and pass it over to County Council Bowes to go over option D.
Yes, staff has prepared a option D for you, and they've identified all the areas which have been changed from option C. And Erica has that list, and she's going to walk us through this.
So I apologize for how dizzy the screen's going to make you, but we wanted to highlight for you the changes that we made. Page 2 of the ordinance that you have in front of you, section 4.75020 was changed to read, what was it?
It's in the middle where it says taxes levied based upon business gross receipts except for commercial cannabis cultivation, which may be taxed on square footage or gross receipts, whichever is greater.
And then when you go to page 8, and again, I'm sorry that I'm going to make you dizzy. If you go to paragraph C, this is one that was added on and clarified.
So paragraph C creates essentially a category for distribution, manufacturing, and testing. It's easier to read this way, so it's 1 to 4. And then I separated what used to be C into another category, which is D, tax on commercial cannabis retail. That's 1 to 8% gross receipts. And now there's a new category, or section E. E has a 1 to 4% of gross receipts, or 1 to 8, whichever is higher, whichever is greater based on the rate that is set by the Board of Supervisors.
And then if we go to page 25, and you know what, let me just type it in here, it's probably quicker. This is the resolution, so on this one, it will, if you do page 3 and 4 of the resolution.
I modified the recitals and essentially did the same thing that we had in
Yes.
the ordinance. There's a category for cultivation, there's a category, which reflects the changes, a category for retail, and another category for manufacturing, distribution, testing, which includes the same exact language as the ordinance with the same rates. And I believe the other modification is to the ballot question. It is under 75 words, and it incorporates the changes to each category.
And then lastly, what I wanted to share was so that you can see Exhibit A, which summarizes and sets the fees as well for, or the rate structure, I should say, for the different cultivation types. I think it highlights everything there. And I think that summarizes all the changes based on the motion that was made.
Okay. So an appropriate motion would be to, oh gosh, where'd it go? Approve and select tax rate structure option D for the proposed tax on cannabis business activities and the corresponding resolution for an election of the voters. That'd be the appropriate motion.
And approve all the staff recommendations.
And approve all staff recommendations, 1 through 5.
I move to approve.
Second that.
All right, motion made by Supervisor Chanscon and second by Supervisor Chiesa. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1. All right, now moving on to item number 8.2.
Thanks, Erica.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much for doing all the work. County Council and your team doing that. Appreciate that. So item 8.2, conduct a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation approval of development agreement application, Lifted Farms. And the presentation will be done by Chief Executive's Office, Eric Ignacio and Jeremy Ballard.
One second here. So, good afternoon, Chair Graywall, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. I'm Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner with the county's Planning Department, here to present a development agreement application number PLN 2023-0157 for Lifted Farms, located at 5266 Jerusalem Court. So this is request to adopt a new development agreement for an existing commercial cannabis nursery and distribution operation, which was originally approved on February 26, 2019, and it had a 5-year term life. It was set to expire March 28th of this year. Subsequent board meetings on February 13th extended the development agreement, which now has a term date of April 27th, 2024. The project site is located at 5266 Jerusalem Court, northwest of Kiernan Avenue and McHenry Avenue intersections in the Modesto area. The operation was approved to operate out of 7 of 10 suites of an existing 18,750 square foot warehouse building. However, the operation currently only takes place in 3 of those 10 suites and will no longer have plans to occupy the remaining suites. And you can see how the suites are outlined approximately in those locations there in yellow. As was discussed in the previous presentation, the development agreements include 2 different fee types: a community benefit rate for purposes of combating illegal cannabis activities, and the community benefit contribution to contribute to local communities and charities and public improvement projects. Each development agreement has these, including the updates to the community benefit contributions made in 2022 and 2023. The annual community benefit fee rate for lifted farms and all development agreement operations are required to be paid in quarterly installments. And specifically for lifted farms, which is an indoor nursery, their development agreement started at $2,750 in 2019, increasing to $4,386 annually in the subsequent years for a 4,386 square foot nursery canopy. Their distribution activities were categorized as 0% of gross receipts for the self-distribution of their own product, and 3% of gross receipts, or $10,752 annually, whichever was greater for the distribution of third-party products. Over the first 5 years, Lifted Farms at 5266 paid the total of $32,847 in community contribution rate fees for both activities. They paid $7,864 in community benefit contribution fees prior to its suspension. The first annual inspection of the facility took place on April 2022. There were 17 findings needed for correction, which were related to required signage, record keeping, security measures, fire safety improvements, building permitting, and air quality measures. All 17 findings were addressed, and the operator was issued the county's commercial cannabis activity permit on December 5th, 2023. During their time in operation, there have been no calls for service to the county sheriff's department for this particular operation. The most recent annual inspection was performed in December 2022, resulting in 2023, resulting in 2 violations noted by code enforcement related to on-site security and building permits, though they are working through that particular issue right now, and they will complete that aspect of that. With the expiration of the original development agreement forthcoming, staff proposed a new development agreement. The new agreement will consist of a 2-year term and an automatic termination clause to correspond with the potential passage of the tax initiative in the upcoming November election. Staff has proposed the community benefit rate activities for indoor nursery and distribution remain the same for Lifted Farms. So indoor nursery fees will be proposed at $4,306 annually, with distribution fees consisting of 3% of gross receipts, or $10,752 annually, whichever is greater, and then no charges for self-distribution. Additional new terms proposed by staff include clarifications made within the new development agreement for periods of inactivity in accordance with state law. There will be new language for annual review of development agreements, memorializing the new community benefit contribution program, and additional requirements for mutual cancellations of the development agreement. Some of the new areas added to the DA will include procedure to transfer the development agreement to new entities, a definition to actual canopy size for the purposes of fee calculation, and allowance for the county to collect damages for late payments. Lifted Farms has requested 3 new members be added to the ownership. They will be required to complete their background checks with the county sheriff prior to the recording of the development agreement itself. So all commercial cannabis activity or commercial cannabis businesses are required by Chapter 678 of the County Code to enter into a new development agreement to operate. Those findings for approval can be found in your agenda report before you. As with the initial use permit and development agreement for this particular operator, staff believes that the existing operation would continue to be consistent with the required findings for approval. The operator is in good standing with the county with no outstanding fees, has a county commercial cannabis activity permit and state licensure. Therefore, the staff believes that the required findings for the new development agreement could be made as well. The original use permit and development agreement were found to be consistent with the county's adopted general plan EIR, and that no further CEQA analysis was needed. In accordance with CEQA guidelines, staff has found that there have been no physical changes from the original determination, and that staff can say with certainty that the new proposed development agreement will not have a significant effect on the environment. Thus, the project is exempt from CEQA. So the county's planning commission held a public hearing for the proposed new development agreement on January 18th, 2024. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition to the request. The applicant's representative, Zach Dervon, spoke in favor. Mr. Dervon provided correspondence to the Planning Commission, which can be found in attachment 3 of your agenda report. The correspondence included the applicant's proposal of terms to the county and other suggested edits to various terms of the proposed DA. During this public comment, Mr. Dervon reiterated Lifted Farms' request for the new development agreement to cover a 5-year period instead of the county's staff proposed 2 years. And Mr. Dervon did not request any lowering of the proposed community benefit rate fees for indoor nursery distribution at that time. Ultimately, the Planning Commission recommended approval of staff's proposed development agreement on a vote of 7-0. So to conclude, they have recommended the Board of Supervisors to approve the fees and terms proposed by and supported by the county for a new development agreement for Lifted Farms at 5266 Jerusalem Court. The Commission's recommendation included determination that the project is exempt from CEQA, the new DA conformed to state and county laws regarding DA adoption, and execution of a new development agreement, adoption of a new development agreement while rescinding the previous development agreement ordinance, as well as finding a notice of cancellation for the previous development agreement. So I'm going to hand it over to Erica real quick.
So just to summarize, that a public hearing was scheduled before the board on February 13th to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval of the renewed development agreement. The applicant's representative spoke in favor of the new development agreement and requested that the distribution rate be aligned with proposed tax measure rates, requested a 2-week continuance of the item, and the board approved a 30-day extension of the term date of the original development agreement with a 2-week continuance to March 12th. At this time, staff recommends moving forward with the status quo community benefit rates as outlined on slide 7.
So then to conclude the entirety of the presentation, staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA and file a notice of exemption, file the development agreement, find that the development agreement is consistent with the county code and government code for adoption of the new development agreement, and also staff is recommending that approve the development agreement as proposed by staff, including the 2-year term and no changes in the community benefit rate fees from the previous development agreement. And then additionally, staff is recommending that the chair is authorized to execute the proposed development agreement, the clerk to record the development agreement, and the board to introduce, waive the reading, and adopt a new ordinance to rescind the previous ordinance. And lastly, recommend filing a notice of termination for the proposed development agreement. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Right, thank you so much. I'm going to open it up to the public. And I have a public comment card by Zach Dervon.
I'll just keep it extremely brief because they're already tired of hearing from me. I just want to reiterate some of my comments from February 13th to say we appreciate the opportunity to continue on to do business here. Appreciate all the staff's efforts. And as well, I think in light of the reasoning for the continuance at last, I would ask that the community benefit rates be adjusted to align with the prospective tax rates, which would be specifically lower the distribution rate for third-party distribution to 2.5% and eliminate the minimum payments. And with that, if that's the pleasure of the board, we appreciate your consideration, and that's all I have unless you have any questions.
Questions by members of the board?
I want to make sure I understand what's in. Tom, are you asking that this development agreement, this proposed development agreement, be amended and operate as a tax?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Well, it's only 2 years, right? And I
understand.
We're going to be all in on this tax with the county.
I understand.
The direction from, I believe it was Supervisor Chiesa, was that we should align these community benefit rates with the rates that were proposed for the November ballot in the tax. which the initial rate being 2.5% for third-party distribution, no flat fee minimum payments. That would be my request.
My advice previously to you still stands with respect to elimination of the minimum payment. I really hate giving advice in open session, but I think I've already discussed this with each of you with respect to how this would play out.
All right, do we have questions to clarify?
And I appreciate you using my words because I thought about that, but based on what I'd heard from county council in my meeting, I think I need to stick with what's on the paper, what's been agreed to. I'll feel more comfortable.
Understood. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for questions, comments, or a possible motion.
Motion to approve the development agreement.
Second.
All right, I got a motion from Supervisor Chiesa, a second from Supervisor Buckconda. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone saying no?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Next item, 8.3.
One second, let me get that one open as well.
All right. 8.3, conduct a public hearing to consider the planning commission's recommendation of approval of development agreement for Lifted Farms and opening up the public hearing. Oh, sorry. Presentation.
1 second, that's all right. I had it open and then it went.
I just love hitting this thing.
There we go. Okay, so good afternoon again. Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner. We're here with Development Agreement Application Number PLN 2023-0158, Lifted Farms, for 5271 Jerusalem Court. This would be to adopt a new development agreement for an existing commercial cannabis indoor cultivation operation, which was originally approved on February 12, 2019, with a 5-year term. That was to expire March 14th of this year. With the board-approved extension, their new term date is April 13th, 2024. They are located at 5271 Jerusalem Court, northwest of Kiernan and McHenry Avenue intersections in Modesto area. The operation was approved to operate out of all 9 suites of the existing 19,555 square foot warehouse building. However, the operator amended their use permit to operate solely from 5 of the 9 suites, and it will no longer have any plans to occupy the remaining suites. The suites that are occupied are approximately outlined there in yellow. Their development agreement also had the 2 different fee options with community benefit rates and community benefit contributions. Their development agreement established fees to be paid in quarterly installments and consisted of $50,000 in 2019, increasing to $70,000 for up to 10,000 square foot of cultivation canopy during that 5-year term. Over the first 5 years, Lifted Farms at 5271 Jerusalem Court paid a total of $335,757 in community benefit rate fees for both activities. The cultivation activity. They paid $59,772 in community benefit contribution fees prior to suspension. Their first annual inspection took place on April 22nd, 2022. There were 19 findings needed for correction, which were related to signage, record keeping, security measures, fire safety improvements, building permitting, and air quality measures. All findings were addressed, and the operators issued their commercial cannabis activity permit on December 5th, 2023. And then during their time in operation, there have been no calls for service to the county sheriff department. With an expiration of the original development agreement forthcoming, staff chose this new DA. The new DA will consist of a 2-year term with automatic termination clauses, and the CBR payment will stay the same at $70,000 annually for up to 10,000 square feet of canopy space. Some of the other terms that of the new development agreement include to justify periods of inactivity according to state law. There's some areas for the annual review of development agreements, memorializing the new community benefit contribution program, and then additional requirements for mutual relations of DA cancellations. Some of the new areas include the transfer of the DA, definitions for actual canopy size, and then allowance for the county to collect damages for late payments. Again, Lifted Farms requested 3 new members be added to the ownership, and those people will be added to the development agreement if and when they pass the background check with the county sheriff office. As previously stated, that all commercial cannabis operations are required to get a development agreement by county code. As with the initial use permit and development agreement, staff believes that those findings that were originally made can still be made for this new development agreement. The operator is in good standing with the county and no outstanding fees, and have a county CCA permit, state licensure, and therefore staff believes that the required findings for the new DA can be made. The original use permit and development agreement were found to be consistent with the county's general plan EIR. No circumstances have changed since then, so staff still believes that this new DA will not have a significant effect on the environment, thus the project is exempt from CEQA. The county's Planning Commission held a public hearing for this new DA on January 18th, 2024. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition. The applicant's representative, Zach Vaughn, spoke in favor of the new DA. He also had provided the same correspondence for this particular item to the Planning Commission, which is also in your agenda item under Attachment 3. The correspondence included the applicant's proposal of terms, including CBR fee rates for the cultivation and other suggested edits to various terms of the proposed development agreement. During his public comment, Mr. Devon reiterated Lifted Farms' request for the new DA to cover a 5-year period. He also stated that due to declining market prices and difficulty competing with businesses that operate under more beneficial terms, they requested a lower CBR fee amount for cultivation activities, initially offering an annual fee of $40,000 for 10,000 square feet of canopy space. He stated that they'd be even willing to accept an increase to an annual fee of $50,000 for the same canopy space as well. Ultimately, the Planning Commission recommended approval of staff's proposed development agreement on a vote of 7-0. And their recommendation included findings related to CEQA, consistency with the development agreement, execution and recording of the new development agreement, adoption of an ordinance for the new development agreement, as well as rescind the previous one, and cancellation of the previous development agreement. Then I'm going to hand it back over to Erica.
So again, just to summarize, when you heard the presentation on February 13th, Jeremy was able to share with you everything that took place at the Planning Commission. We also talked about an agreeable alternative structure reducing cultivation rates by $1 per square foot across the board. Those were the different presentations that you heard on that day. We also requested a 30-day extension of the original development agreement term date, and the board approved a 30-day extension of the term date of the original development, along with a 2-week continuance of this item to February 27th. On February 27th, we asked for a 2-week continuance of this item to today. And then these are the rates that we had shared with you. So the staff recommendation as it currently stands for indoor cultivation and mixed light cultivation, this particular development agreement falls under the category of indoor cultivation. So you see the tiered cost per square foot based on the licensing that they currently have. They currently fall under the 10,000 square foot tier. So the staff recommendation is to continue status quo at $7 per square foot. The alternative was $6, that because the operator or the industry had asked if we could consider a $4, $4.50, and $5 across the board for all cultivation. The alternative would have been we could consider 5, 6, or 7, but again, the staff recommendation currently stands to 6, 7, and 8 based on the different licensing tiers, and it also kind of falls in alignment with what you just approved with the text. So just to give you an example of what it would look like for this particular business, at 10,000 square foot, staff recommendation annually, you would be collecting $70,000. The alternative, if you were to reduce by $1 across the board, it would be $60,000, or if you were to consider the industry suggestion, it would be at $45,000 revenue per year. The cultivators right now, based on the licensing, we currently receive roughly $629,000. Again, you can see how it declines if you were to consider the other options. Overall, the program currently, as it stands, is $2.1 million, and again, you can see how the revenues, the projected revenues, would decline if you were to consider the alternatives. For budgetary purposes, again, this is just highlighting how we currently have our budget for 2024 and how we have $4.4 million budgeted for the cannabis program. You see the many different departments that fall under this. And again, anticipated revenues versus the fiscal year for 2024 adopted budget, you can see how the revenues would be impacted and the shortage or the surplus that you would have, which technically is all shortages, if you were to consider the different options. The staff recommendation currently shows that there will be a shortage of 2.3 as opposed to the other ranges that you see in front of you.
So then to recap, staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and then file a notice of exemption for the project. If the board approves this development agreement, they'll need to find that the development agreement is consistent with county code and government code. Staff is also recommending that the proposed development agreement include a 2-year term and no changes in the CBR rate fees from the previous development agreement. And then, if approved, staff is asking the board to authorize the chair to execute the proposed development agreement, to authorize the clerk to record that development agreement, and also introduce, waive the reading, and adopt a new ordinance, and rescind the previous ordinance, and then also file a notice of termination for the previous adopted development agreement. That concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Public comment card from Zach Devon.
I'm sorry. Just apologizing in the beginning.
On my behalf, Vito, I will accept your apology on my behalf. And I'd say thank you again for the opportunity to be heard here and for the opportunity to continue to do business in the county. I am going to try and keep it brief. I am going to get a little wonky for you on some regulatory developments at the state level that may justify staff's hybrid option of going $6 a square foot. And that is, state legislature has approved a one-time license correction whereby if you've overstated your canopy based on the measurement, you will be able ultimately to renew your license under a smaller license tier. So right now we have renewed just as recently as last week on the small indoor, which is the 10,000 square foot maximum threshold. We actually have 4,900 square feet of true canopy, which once the Division of Cannabis Control finalizes their rulemaking and we can actually affect the state legislature's intent on that, we will qualify for a specialty indoor license and ultimately be assessed at the $6 a square foot rate or 2.5%, whichever is greater. Part of the documentation that we shared with staff on our projected revenues at status quo, moving our product exclusively at wholesale at 2.5%, we would produce about $86,000, which would be the greater of, even at current square footage, $70,000 a year. If we were to go to retail, the revenues are significantly higher, as would the county revenues at 2.5% of that. So with that, based on our current canopy, and I think a ramp up to the tax being passed in November, I would ask that the board exercise its discretion to set the development agreement rate, at least until the approval of the vote and the termination of this development agreement, at $6 a square foot, $60,000 a year, giving us a marginal break on status quo. I'll leave it at that. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you, and if there's any questions.
When do you expect your change at the state, on your state licensing?
That depends on whether or not Division of Cannabis Control is going to allow like mid-year adjustments. They're currently anticipating potential litigation because the fact that they haven't finished their rulemaking and the fact that because of that we're precluded from making that adjustment that's been approved by the state legislature, it's possible that we can make that adjustment mid-year. More likely than not, it'll be next year, around the same time.
So I'm going to, if you got it changed, I think that we should take a look at that. But until you have it changed, Zach, does it make sense to prospectively anticipate something? Again,
I would like to clarify with our team. I think our existing policies allow us that if an operator reduces their license, then we immediately change the fee structure. So I think that's what we're currently doing.
It is currently based on the tiered licensing that they have at the state level.
I'm sorry, Zach.
That's okay. You can fact check me on the bureaucratic holdup with the legislature, and so you got to take a shot. I appreciate you guys. Thank you again.
All right, any other members of the public? All right, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for possible motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Buck Condit, second by Supervisor Chance Condit. All in favor, please indicate by saying Aye.
Aye.
All in not favor?
No.
All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you. Item number 8.4. Conduct a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval of development agreement with PremGen Corp. Again, the presentation will be conducted by the Chief Executive's Officer, Eric Ignacio, and Chairman Ballard.
Thank you, and last time you'll hear from me, Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner, here to present Development Agreement Application Number PLN 2023-0159, PremGen Corp. This will be a request to adopt a new development agreement for an existing commercial cannabis indoor cultivation, distribution, and nursery operation, which was originally approved on March 19th, 2019 with a 5-year term. That it was set to expire on April 18th of this year. With the other two operators, we did, the board did extend their development agreement date as well to May 18th, 2024. The project site is located at 536, 538, and 540 El Roya Avenue, south of Yosemite Avenue in the Modesto area. The operation was approved to operate 3 5,000 square foot warehouse buildings to operate an indoor cultivation, nursery, and distribution operation. Of the 3 buildings, 2 have only been utilized so far, 536 and 540. 536 was nursery operations and 540 for cultivation. Utilization of 538 for additional cultivation space may still take place in the future as permitted in their use permit. While also allowed for third-party distribution under their use permit, PremGen did not commence any activity and has no plans to begin. So just to recap, 536 was nursery cultivation, and then cultivation was in 540 with 538 to be cultivation in the future, potentially. They also had 2 different rate structures, the community benefit fee rate and the community benefit contribution rate. Their development agreement covered the 3 different activities with indoor nursery fees, initially set at $3,750 annually in 2019 and $5,000 in each subsequent year. Their indoor cultivation was $30,000 in 2022, increasing to $70,000 for up to 10,000 square feet of cultivation canopy. And then self-distribution was at 0% for their own product. Over the first 5 years, PremGen Corp paid the county a total of $126,337 in CBR fees for all 3 activities. They paid the county $21,525 in community benefit contribution fees. Their first annual inspection took place on May 17th, 2022. There were 8 findings needed for correction, which were related to security measures, building permitting, and air quality measures. All 8 findings were addressed, and the operator was issued a commercial cannabis activity permit on September 5th, 2023. And then during their time in operation, there have been 55 calls for service to the county sheriff's department, the majority of which were related to false fire and security alarms. The remaining 3 were related to security incidents and personnel matters. The calls for service withstanding, the sheriff department has not objected with that PremGen continue operating or receive a new development agreement. So with their DA expiring, staff has proposed this new development agreement, which, like the others, will be a 2-year term with an automatic termination clause with the passage of the tax. The proposed community benefit rates for PremGen will remain the same for each activity, so $70,000 annually for up to 10,000 square feet of cultivation space, $5,000 annually for indoor nursery activities, and then no charges for self-distribution activities for their own product. The same clarifications and new measures will be added to this development agreement as the previous. PremGen has requested that 1 additional member be added to their ownership group. The new member, Odell Tristan, has completed and passed his background check and will be included in the new DA. So as the others, all commercial cannabis businesses are required to obtain a development agreement, and those findings can be found for approval in your agenda report. As with their initial approval, staff believes that the existing operation will continue to be consistent with the required findings. The operator is in good standing with the county and has no outstanding fees, has a county CCA permit, state license, and state licensure. Therefore, staff believes the required findings for the new development agreement can be made as well. Their use permit and development agreement originally was found to be consistent with the county's general plan EIR. And staff believes that there have been no significant changes to This particular project and the new development agreement would continue to be exempt from CEQA. The county's planning commission held a public hearing on January 18th, 2024. No one spoke in opposition. The applicant's representative, Deanne Edwards, spoke in favor. Ms. Edwards provided an explanation to the large amount of false alarm calls, stating that they were due to professional alarm equipment that had not been calibrated for the commercial cannabis cultivation practices, and that they are working diligently with the alarm company to resolve that. Additionally, Ms. Edwards stated, like the previous development agreements, Lifted Farms, they would prefer that the new development agreement cover a 5-year period as well. She also stated that if Lifted Farms or other cultivators, if their CBR fees for cultivation activities were to be lowered, they would like their fees to be consistent. Ultimately, the Planning Commission recommended approval of staff's proposed development agreement on a vote of 7-0. So as before, the Planning Commission's recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the fees and terms proposed under this new development agreement, consistent with staff's proposal. If the board chooses to do so, the recommendations include CEQA exemption, development agreement findings, and then findings related to recording and new DA and the ordinance and cancellation of the previous development agreement.
So again, on February 13th, the Board of Supervisors considered all of these three items concurrently and approved a 30-day extension of the term date of the original development agreement, along with a 2-week continuance of this item into February 27th. On February 27th, the board approved a 2-week continuance to today. The next slide here shows, again, the rate comparison as it was for the previous operator. This one also falls under the indoor cultivation. And right now, again, the recommendation is to continue status quo. So it would be putting PremGen at 10,000 square feet with a $70,000 rate to be considered. And again, just a budgetary comparison, we currently have $4.4 million allocated, and if you were to consider the different alternatives, you can see the projected revenues and the shortages.
So to finally conclude, staff is recommending that the board conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, find that the development agreement is consistent with county code and government code for adoption, approve the development agreements proposed by staff, authorize the chair to execute the development agreement, authorize the clerk to record the development agreement, introduce, waive the reading, and adopt a new ordinance, as well as rescind the previous ordinance, and then order the filing of a notice of termination for the old development agreement. And that concludes our presentation, and we'll be here for questions.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Any members of the public that would like to speak?
Good afternoon again. I am Deanne Edwards, one of the original owners and Chief Financial Officer for PremGen Corp. We are here today to enter into our new development agreement with Stanislaus County upon the existing expiration of our existing agreement. I again want to thank planning staff, specifically Jeremy Ballard, the Chief Executive Office, specifically Erica and Will, for all of your time and diligence in preparing our new development agreement. I thank you, board, for considering our request and all of the confusion and red tape that has gone along getting us to this point. As county staff has reported, we successfully navigated the first 5 years of our development agreement as pioneers in the cannabis industry. It has been difficult, frustrating, had many unique hurdles and setbacks, to say the least, but we do remain committed to the vision of providing legal, quality cannabis products to the consumers of Stanislaus County. I do apologize again for all of the false alarms. We are still working with Bay Alarm to work out those problems. We have proven our ability to operate in transparency and adherence to all the guidelines for compliance in multiple operating areas. We have passed our inspections and continue to meet all the burdensome requirements of a legal cannabis enterprise. We have received our Stanislaus County commercial cannabis activity permit, which further acknowledges we have met and exceeded the requirements originally set forth by the board in 2019. There are only a handful of the original cannabis applicants still in operation, and this is a testament to how difficult it has been to succeed and be profitable within this emerging industry. As you all know, as cannabis operators, we are penalized with higher premiums for everything from insurance, banking, license, fees, and taxes. These fees are not proportionate to non-cannabis businesses and have been prohibitive to financial sustainability. However, we will do our best to continue to succeed in this uncertain business environment. The new ownership dynamic of Prim Gin combines the experience of the original owners with the vision of the new owner and property owner, creating a strong, viable business model. Plans for expansion will also increase our fee structure contributed to the cannabis program and offer additional opportunities for employment and advancement within Stanislaus County. We are filled with pride to know that cannabis fees contributed by our company helped the youth of Stanislaus County by helping to fund a van and recreational equipment for the Parks and Recreation Program and other worthy causes within our neighborhoods. We look forward to the opportunity to place future funds within charitable organizations that are near to our heart. And after this morning's presentation, I would hope that some of it would go to animal services to provide more than 183 kennels for all the dogs that need help in Stanislaus County. I want to thank you for the support of Stanislaus County leadership. Although it has not always been unanimous, we do appreciate the support we have received. We look forward to exceeding your expectations over the second phase of our partnership by receiving your vote and approval today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good idea.
All right, any other members of the public? Gavin? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for possible motion.
Approve staff recommendation.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kayser, second by Supervisor Chance Condit. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All, any noes? No. All right. So motion carries 4-1. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentations and everyone's patience working through all of these development agreements. So now, correspondence. Acknowledge receipt and correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. Board of Supervisor reports. Any members of the Board of Supervisors with any reports? Supervisor Condit?
Thank you,
Bill
man.
Condit?
Yeah, last night I got to attend a Zoom meeting, and it was about the ARPA projects, the infrastructure projects, and it was about the Topeka Santa Fe. And it was a community meeting, and it was hosted by Civic Mike and some of our staff, and I just want to comment that they did an outstanding job in doing those community meetings. A lot of questions were asked and a lot of questions were answered. And if there were more questions, it was an only hour-long meeting, but that they gave them a way to correspond back and forth with more questions and answers. So I thought it was a great meeting. And I was going to introduce my our new field representative for District 1, but we ran out of time. She had to go take lunch before she got in trouble. But we'll get it next meeting.
No PAGA lawsuit here.
All right. Any other members of the board? All right. Seeing none, legislative, fiscal, and management report from Congressman Duarte's office, Gavin Klein. Gavin, you're a trooper, man. 5 hours waiting to give your comments that we are anxiously awaiting. Good report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, county staff, community. Thank you, Gavin Klein, Congressman Duarte's office. Just want to give you all a quick update. Last week, the House of Representatives passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024, House Resolution 4366, which includes $26.3 million in funding at Congressman Duarte's request to meet critical constituent needs, from building vital infrastructure, supporting local police departments, to sheltering women from domestic violence. The act must be passed by the Senate and signed into the President to be signed into law. Congressman Duarte is pleased to join a bipartisan group of Democrats and Republicans to pass this legislation to fund the federal government in fiscal year 24. Not only cuts wasteful government spending by $9 billion while preserving critical programs, but also includes more than $26 million in funding at Congressman Duarte's request to local infrastructure, law enforcement, roads, and water projects in our district. This includes $3.5 million for the City of Modesto call center or 911 call center project, $1.2 million for the City of Turlock sewer extension project, and $1 million for the City of Turlock stormwater infrastructure project, and many more throughout California's 13th congressional district. Last Wednesday, Congressman Duarte led a letter with both of his Democrat and Republican colleagues urging Commissioner Cliff on the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to add Valley Fever to the Food and Drug Administration Priority Review Voucher Program. Valley fever is a public health threat, and it is vital that we invest in finding effective treatments and preventative measures. By obtaining this designation, we can expedite research efforts into this disease and protect thousands of Californians, including Congressman Duarte's constituents in the valley, from this severe disease. Given the vast majority of infections occur only in certain parts of Arizona and California, particularly the southern part of San Joaquin Valley, this disease is particularly concerning to our constituents, and Congressman Duarte believes that an incentive in the form of priority review voucher will provide necessary interest and investment. Thank you all for your time.
Gavin, thank you so much. All right, CEO Hayes.
Very quick note to recognize that we did coordinate a letter of support for SB 1032, which would give the California Housing and Community Development Department the authority to forgive specific affordable housing legacy loans per the department's discretion, which would allow housing providers to preserve current affordable housing units without the need to evict low-income residents out of their homes. So we did send a letter on that. That concludes my report.
All right, well, thank you so much. Thanks for everybody that stuck around. We did a ballot measure, a tax measure, mid-year budget, a lot to accomplish in 5 hours, but not without taking 3 breaks. All right, meeting adjourned. And then ask county council to report on closed session.
Yes, we have closed session this afternoon. Public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B1. The board will consider appointment of the fire warden as provided for in Government Code Section 24008. That appropriate for public comment?
Any public comment? Seeing none, thank you so much, Deputy Gingrich, for watching over us. Appreciate it. All right, thanks for everybody that stuck around.